Would y'all like a text of the roll ballot?
That would be awesome.
Sure. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Is anybody not ready?
You're going to go ahead and maybe shut that. Oh, yeah. And there's that hall gets loud.
Starting off, we believe this round should be viewed through a lens of performativity. Although every speech act is a performance, this round is about enacting the methodologies which we propose inside this room. This round is not about weighing different forms of rhetoric against one another, but rather ensuring our methodologies that we present are not only accessible, but easily replicated outside of this round. Hello, my name is John Williams, and I am a debater at KCKCC. Throughout the entirety of my life, I've faced a hard time trying to engage inside political spaces or any space in general because of my agendered identity. I am constantly caught in between the lines of masculinity and femininity. Constantly in between that line, I am forced to choose one or the other because of the expectations of society when I feel inside that I am neutral and that I can be both because I feel that they are not mutually exclusive. I am not a man's man, and with the spectatorship of maleness within our society, I am not deemed valid. The only reason that I am even able to debate today is because of my debate scholarship. If I wasn't able to be on this scholarship, I would not be able to afford college, even here at a community college where rates are cheaper. I do not have the material access to this type of higher education without this amazing opportunity that I've been presented. The spirit of this resolution is centered around the conception of the student. When we talk about students, we have to talk about educational practices. The affirmative suggests that this discussion should be centered around relieving student debt, but it should not be centered around relieving student debt, but rather about creating an accessible space for those students. There's a few reasons why we do this. The first is in order for us to be fair towards the student, we must center the discussion around justice. Fairness assumes an ability for the state to create equal opportunities for all bodies, but we know this cannot happen because the state is structurally set up to disadvantage communities of color, queerness, and disability. This is why the affirmative flips the script, because we refuse to concede that we owe the government, but rather we say that the government owes us. We as queer bodies are continually struggling, which means a policy cannot be the starting point for our struggle, which means that we refuse to believe that we should be paying to be in poverty. This is why we need to focus on proximity. Proximity is not about distance or miles. Proximity is about the lived experiences that we bring inside these political spaces. Debate acts as a microcosm to macro politics, which means that the practices we use in here the practices that we use in here are becoming, we need them to be able to become modeled out there. We have been trained to create exclusionary modes of discourse in order to distance ourselves from the experiences of people who deal with structural violence on the day-to-day. This is the reason the struggle exists, because no one is listening. And this happens in two ways, internally and externally. These are both forms of exclusion. External exclusion is the idea that we're not even able to make it inside this room. We are not able to engage in these types of political spaces because of the way that these structures are set up. But when we look at internal exclusion, even if we have the material access to gain inside these political spaces, or we have the positions of power, our bodies, the queer body, is not accepted internally because of the way that we identify. Our voices are never heard. Therefore, the role of the ballot is whoever best performatively and methodologically challenges structural violence. Again, the role of the ballot is whoever best performatively and methodologically challenges structural violence. Any questions? I think we're good. Okay. The conception of the struggle assumes that there is an ability to fight back and win. But we know that tomorrow is not promised for bodies like ours. This means to the question of the affirmative is not about solving the inevitability of the struggle. It's about what we are doing in the face of it. There are a few reasons why narratives are key. The first is this conception of pre-narrativization versus re-narrativization. Pre-narrativization is the ability for hegemonic power structures to commodify our identities and make assumptions about our struggles without hearing our voices. They commodify us and subjectify us into numbers. But the idea of re-narrativization is the idea that we take this space and we reorient the power structures that cause this structural violence against the queer body towards ourselves to be able to give ourselves to be able to give ourselves justice. This is twofold. The first is that the narrative creates the necessary means for modes of resistance that the state cannot garner for bodies like ours. It also is an idea of self-affirmation, to where we are able to tell our own story and bring our own proximity inside these spaces. This creates a psychological interrogation with the audience. There was an incredibly beautiful round last night during triple octafinals against UT Tyler, against Lewis and Dakota. This was a competing methods debate on whether we should have the starting point. They argued that the starting point of the methodology to break down the preconceived notions of debate from a disabled point of view. But what we look at is that Dakota was able to re-narrativize his experiences inside these spaces. He's able to re-narrativize and reorient the power structure towards himself because he realized that he is not disabled and that he is able to self-affirm himself without having the state giving these preconceived notions. They talked a lot about how there is an ableist point of view within debate, and that is the pre-narrativization at its finest. And white liberalism able to commodify identities to be able to talk about their experiences without them even being in the room. And with that, I thank you.
All right. It's going to be the microcosm that leads to a macrocosm outside. We completely agree with, which means clash is key. We want you to be able to have your voices, but we think we should be able to have a methodologies debate about what that means. Thus, the poetry. The New York skyline swirls around me, cars, bricks, and tree trunks mashing together. Glass, windows, smashed dodged teeth. The body of a dead girl was found earlier today, bleeding out on the sidewalk. But rising from her body comes an awkward boy, stammering, confused, and full of wonder and full of terror all at once. The boy's grandparents keep a photo of the boy in their house in a wig and in a dress. Ladies and gentlemen, variations thereupon, observe this paradox. She lives and he dies, and he lives and she dies, yet they cohabit side by side in a single trembling body, a body that cannot contain both, for the world is not ready for such a body. The solvency arguments. The first argument is that we solve back for the role of the ballot. We believe that we engage through performativity and methodologies. Our argument is that this allows us to look at structural violence. Specifically, the poetry that we engage the round through talks about the way that our bodies as individuals who don't fit into the binary conception of gender are just not recognized as a body the world's ready to see or that debate's ready to see. We agree this is a key issue. This is something I've experienced in debate at every tournament. We're down to talk about this. Our next argument is that we say this is about specifically the subjective way that our poetry is able to check back. We look at the subjective experience, but we also move beyond this. We don't read a poem that is my personal narrative. We read a poem that is a narrative of another person. This is key because this allows us to come together as a community to look at the way we can all relate to this poem. Our next argument is that this is able to solve just as well as the affirmative for these questions, and we're able to engage in the re-narrativization, but we're going to articulate reasons we think that's key, that we use poetry instead of just personal narratives. On to the next sheet on narratives arguments. Our first argument is that we think that personal narratives in debate create structural exclusion for a number of reasons, and we'll talk about why. Our argument is that you reading a personal narrative is bad. Our argument is that you using a personal narrative as your methodology has certain effects for how we engage as a community and address these issues. We say that you can read personal narratives, but we say that when the personal narrative is essentially the advocacy you go in on the round in, that creates a few problems. The first is that this causes us to be forced to read offensive arguments against a narrative, which is ontological violence we would have to read against you. We don't want to engage in that. In a world of debate where clash is absolutely necessary and where it is necessarily a combative space, this forces the negative to either deny your experiences or to impact turn them, and we think that's disgusting. You can talk about your narratives, but making it the advocacy puts us in a situation where we're forced to do morally repugnant things. In addition to this, we would say that the conclusion of your framework that says narratives are key and re-narrativization is key has two implications. The first is that this forces disclosure and spotlighting for debaters who might not be comfortable talking about their personal narratives. I am comfortable talking about mine in a lot of ways, but I wouldn't want to divulge everything about me in the ways I have feel internally excluded in debate, because some of that is deeply personal and deals with pain that I've experienced within this community. In a world where it's only re-narrativization, you ask me to spotlight myself, and you ask everyone to spotlight yourselves. Our argument is this is always structurally exclusive to individuals within the debate community who are already more vulnerable, already in a more precarious situation, already more prone to violence, because now they put themselves out in front of a community that's shown time and time again to be willing to structurally exclude them over and over again. This means your methodology doesn't solve the role of the ballot best, because you don't challenge the structural violence. You force us to present ourselves to it. The next argument is that personal narratives also create infighting within a movement, because it means that the starting point is always our personal experience. We would articulate that poetry doesn't do this because it's not our personal experience. It's a transcendent concept that we then relate to personally. It's a question of starting points. Personal experience is good, but if that's your starting point, then everyone starts at their own personal experience, and that's what creates fighting. Did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. I couldn't tell you were raising your head. The next argument is that we're not saying that you don't get to talk about this in the round. We're saying that this is a starting point debate and a methodology debate. If we win that narratives are a worse methodology than poetry, you should vote for Oregon in this round, not because we're saying you shouldn't get to talk about your narratives, because we're saying, yes, this is the microcosm that becomes the macrocosm, and we need to make sure that what we do in here is right to be able to do that, which leads to our poetry good arguments. That's the next sheet. First, our argument is that poetry is falsifiable, and you can read offense against it without reading offense against the person who speaks it. Specifically, poetry is a distancing between the self and the performance, because it uses artistic narratives, which means that you can critique and work with the interpretation of the poetry that team presents, but also the representations are not our own, which means I don't have to put myself up to you saying that my experiences are bad or invalid, but rather that my poetry might have been problematic in certain ways, which means this is the best in the space of debate, which is already engaging in this kind of, which forces some level of combative engagement. The next argument is we don't say only poetry will work specifically. Our argument is not that poetry is the one methodology that solves everything. Our argument, though, is that in this particular case, it's a better starting point because of the fact that it doesn't start at the self. In addition to this, we would argue that poetry allows for a better move to understanding the application of the self. When we read a poem, everyone in this room thinks about how they can relate to that poem. When we read a personal narrative, we think about how we can relate to it, but it's always more difficult because of the fact that certain norms of intelligibility already exist in this round for how we are being apprehended by the people in this room. There are already heteronormative frames that are coming at us and making it harder. Our argument is that poetry breaks these down through use of artistic metaphor, through use of non-normative thinking that engages in pushing away those frames and allows better access for us into the round, for the people in this room to understand our experiences as debaters who have been internally excluded. The next argument is that poetry is introspective. It creates a space where you think specifically about how you engage in the round, and it also creates an intersubjective experience for all of us, which means it's best. The next argument is that poetry allows for subversion of the state better than narratives because it's harder to survey. The artistic aspect of poetry means that the state has to do work of interpretation. They can't always know when we're criticizing them, when we're attacking them. That means that the blowback that happens as a result of discussions like this is always minimized. In addition to this, we would say that it allows for better structural analysis because it doesn't start at the self. It means we can all come together and look at structural analysis of how we're oppressed together by broader structures and then go work on destroying those structures and burning them down. Which leads us to, yeah.
So you say that it's harder for the state to survey. Aren't we being recorded right now?
Yeah, we think that's kind of just a problem in the debate in the first place, but we would say that ours makes surveillance a little bit harder for that camera because they have to interpret it.
But you explain the interpretation, though.
I mean, a little bit, yes. We can have that debate. The perm preempts. First, we would say that the perm is ontological violence because it steals our speech act in this round. It steals the way that we function. The second argument is that it's a test of competition, which means it's always conditionally stealing it. That's extra violent. The third argument is that no perms happen in a world without stable text. You've read advocacy and we've read a poem without stable text, which means a perm makes no sense. The next argument is that perm commodifies advocacy by reducing it to the text of what we said, not to the affect and of this round. The fifth argument is we don't read an alt, we read a poem, which means that you're never going to be able to perm that. The perm simply doesn't make sense. Let's just have this about a method debate. You can read offense against our method, we read offense against yours. Which leads us to the case arguments on re-narrativization. You say that narratives are key specifically because of how pre-narrativization commodifies argument. This is fine, but re-narrativization has the ability to commodify as well. Argument is specifically when re-narrativization happens in the world where it's commodified through the ballot. That means that teams in this round then feel like they've seen this re-narrativization approved of by the ballot and they don't have to think about it anymore. We would argue that that's probably a problematic framing for this round, but in addition to this, you say that it's key to self-affirmation. Argument is, again, this self-affirmation forces us to expose ourselves in ways we might not be comfortable, which means you're always structurally exclusionary.
Okay. So, I'm not sure the way that y'all flow this. I'm just gonna talk. I'll try to signpost. That whole permutation sheet, not really gonna talk about it.
Cool.
Okay. Well, I'll link them, it's how they link to the perm offense, but that's a different story. But I will start on the 1AC performance with no view on top. Does everybody go good if I go a little fast? Yeah? All right. Extend across the world, boundless space, who have best performantly and methodologically challenged structural violence. We say that the framework of this space is to be able to view excuse me. Has to be viewed through the lens of performativity. This is not just a weighing of different forms of rhetoric, but it's the ability for us to enact the types of methodologies that we engage in. They say that they want to be able to break down the state through modes of poetry, but they say that they can't, that it's harder for the state to surveil. The point is that we need to be able to confront state structures in order to be able to break them down. Whenever we do it through opaque views such as poetry, we're never able to actually confront the structures that deal with the ability for them to not listen to us in the first place. That's the point of the affirmative, where we're always viewed in modes of silence, that we always have to take on methodologies in which we need to be able to make it more tricky for the state to understand where we are. But the thing is that we need to confront the state. Again, the thesis of the app is that we don't owe the government anything. The government actually owes us. So we need to be able to confront that, which is the reason why we are a better starting point. They drop a couple of arguments, in which is the idea of accessibility, where there are two different forms of exclusion that happen. There's both external and internal. External names the ways in which we don't have material access to political realms of flora and fauna, which means that even we can't even get into these spaces, these types of political spaces. There's nothing about poetry that is able to solve back for the external portions of accessibility. They only focus on the internal, which is the reason as to why we have a net benefit when it deals with the affirmative. Second, you send across the internal exclusion that talks about how nobody actually cares about our voices, and there's things such as face-to-face ridicule and face-to-face intention and public ridicule that happens because of our identities. This is the reason as to why we must be able to re-narrativize ourselves and our identities and look to a motion of affirmation. Pre-narrativization is the ways in which master hegemonic narratives always commodify our identity by making assumptions and be able to paint violence upon that. This is not just done through queerness, but it's also done through multiple intersectional analysis when it deals with black women, when it deals with people of color, when it deals with communities with disability. And this is another reason as to why the affirmative is a better starting point, because we are the only ones that are actually interrogating multiple forms of structural violence, whereas theirs is only rhetorically contextual to the idea of queerness. We're not saying that the starting point of the app is that we interrogate the queer individual. We say that we are queer individuals, and that is our relationship to these types of resolutions. We say that there's a psychological interrogation that happens whenever we re-narrativize these spaces, when it deals with the audience, because what happens is that the audience understands the relationships and matrices of power. This is not only happening because of the idea that you understand the external factors that lead into violence, but it talks about how you internally understand how your privileges and disprivileges help to prop up those types of structures. It's the exact same type of psychological interrogation that they say that poetry has, which means that we've already solved back the portion of what your poetry, the reason why your poetry is good. They make a couple arguments of why narrative is bad. They say it forces them to read offensive arguments against the narrative. And first off, this is not true at all. The point is that our performance is the narrative, and that it's the methodology of the narrative, and it's methodology of re-narrativization in the first place. If you want to have a competing methods debate, then you talk about whether or not narratives actually lead to a breaking down of state structures, and whether or not they actually lead to psychological interrogation. Our stories are just the ability for us to self-affirm ourselves through a performative lens, and it has nothing to do with the methodology. Second, we're going to be able to say that this ideology is exactly what the app talks about, which we've been psychologically trained in order to be able to view debate in violent and exclusionary ways, in which we don't even talk about the personal experiences or anything like that. What we do is a race to the bottom. They say that it causes violence because it forces them to do things such as impact turns, but debate is not just about impact turns, it's about different modes of starting point. In fact, your poetry is a uniquely good reason as to why you've already engaged with this level, and you didn't have to say anything about my narrative. This is a good debate, which means that we don't force you to do that. Third, we're going to be able to say that your performance actually links to this too, because your performance now naturally talks about things that can trigger other individuals because of the types of representations that happen when you talk about the intertwinedness when it deals with his and her body and how they can live both simultaneously and die simultaneously, which means that there's no unique reason why this is offense against the app. Second, they say it forces disclosure, but again, I probably already answered that above. There's no reason as to why we force you to disclose anything. It's just a question of starting points. We believe that we are the ones that want to be able to re-narrativize the space. If you don't want to, then don't. We never force that. We never ask other individuals to do it. And second, they have a misconception of what the idea of narrative is. The point is that narrative is not just the ability for you to speak about your identity, but it's also about the psychological way in which you construct that identity in the first place. Master hegemonic narratives are never even really spoken to me, but it's rather constructed when it deals with structure. It's rather construction when it deals with ideology and institutions, which means that you don't need to speak in order for them to know your identity, which means that this forced disclosure argument makes no sense. And third, we're going to be able to say that this links to their poetry as well. Second and third, they say that it causes infighting within the movement. One, there's literally no articulation about this whatsoever. They just say attack line. Second, we're going to give reasons why it's key to coalition building, because whenever we have a community of individuals that face different forms of structural violence, it's the ability for us to talk within one another in order to find trust within the community, to be able to trust other individuals, to be able to create different methods of starting points so that we can start attacking the state and start to fight back against structural violence. This is the reasons why we're key to movements. Whenever you read poetry, the point is that everybody reads poetry whenever we go into subways, whenever we go into colleges, but nobody ever gets any sort of revolutionary aspect when it deals with that. Specifically, this is probably true because they say that apparently it's harder for the state to interrogate them, which means it's probably harder for individuals to interrogate their meaning of it in the first place, which is the reason as to why we're probably better when it deals with movements and coalition building. Next, they say that narratives get commodified because of the ballot. We're going to be able to say that the ballot is not key to a re-narrativization at all. The point is that we've already enacted this point of re-narrativization. It's just a question of whether or not the methodology of re-narrativization is good or bad, which means that the ballot doesn't commodify us. Second, we're going to be able to say that commodification is inevitable. That's the uniquest question of the act, in which we are pre-narrativized. We've already been commodified by the state, but it's a question of agency. Are we able to commodify ourselves, or do we let other individuals within hegemonic power be able to control us? That's the reason as to why we believe that commodification is good, because at least we can self-affirm ourselves, and if we can commodify our own agency, then at least we're the ones that have the power and not them. They miss the uniqueness question that talks about how this is not a question of solving the inevitability of violence, but it's a question of what do we do in the face of that inevitability, which is the reason as to why we are better. Let's go on to the poetry. Look, very beautiful poem. I really love the imagery of this. I'm a poet myself, but there are a couple problems I have with this. They say that they sell back the role of the ballot because it embodies the experiences of a queer individual, but this is the reason as to why we believe that they link it to our intersectionality dissent, because the entire poetry is only based around the conception of the queer individual, and we're saying that we need to be able to find multiple ways in order to be able to fight back against the state, because multiple communities deal with this. Queer communities, communities with disability, and communities of color, which is the reason as to why the app is a uniquely better starting point, because we can allow for us to interrogate multiple forms of structural violence and not just against queer individuals. Second, they say that this is a narrative of that the poem is a narrative of another. This narrative of another one, we're going to be able to say that speaking for others, that you're using this individual's poetry in order for you to be able to prop up your own strategic way in order to be able to win a ballot. This is a unique way of commodifying, because you never asked them their opinion of whether or not you could read this. And second, it's probably not true, even if they published it online in order for other people to read, it's probably not true that they would allow you to use it for your own strategic maneuver to be able to prop up an argument that they may or may not agree with. That's the reason as to why we don't read anybody else's narratives. This is literally just ourselves, which is the reason as to why they have engaged in a bad performance, because they've commodified somebody else's identity, because they made assumptions about what the poetry represents and what that means when it deals with resisting state politics, which proves our argument about commodification. Let's go on to all the poetry's good stuff. They say the poetry is a dissonance between the self and performance, but this is the reason as to why they are caught within white liberalist modes of resistance, because they believe that there can be a dissonance between the self and the performance. The point is that my body is already a performance in itself. I'm already enacting, and that there's no ability for me to shed myself from the performativity that happens all around me. Specifically, this is true when it deals with people of color, because people of color cannot shed that type of identity. When they walk down the street, everybody's going to assume and call them black, which means that you can't just distance yourself from that, because it's internally within them. This is the reason as to why it's white position of power, because white individuals are always going to have that privilege in which they can separate themselves from the performance, because that is the privileges that we grant, which is the reason as to why you should reject this wholeheartedly. They say it leads to a better movement, and because it leads to relationships. Second, well, first off, we're going to be able to say that we break down the matrices of power just like they do, which means that there's no offense on this. And second, we're going to be able to say that we're key to a psychological interrogation similar to the way that poetry is. At the end of the day, there are too many disads when it deals with competing methods. All the permutation stuff doesn't really matter, but we're going to be able to say that they actually probably link into their permutation offense, because they say we don't just do poetry, we will probably allow for narratives too. They're probably going to come up here and give reasons to why they can include our app, which means that they have also commodified us the same.
Okay, we're just going to do an overview, followed by, the overview is going to be decently long, I think, and then it'll be first I guess the pages that Drew read in order, followed by the arguments on the affirmative. So I have that as the poem proper, the sheet about narratives, followed by poetry good, and then it'll be the affirmative after the overview. Is everyone ready? Right, everyone ready? This debate is a question of competing methods. The question you have to ask yourself is whether or not poetry or re-narrativization is a preferable methodology to engage politics. The MG makes one argument that says that their re-narrativization has already occurred within this space by being able to read the narrative. That argument is relatively critical because it means that their personal ability to re-narrativize within this space is not denied by any part of our advocacy. It means that the only question is whether or not we should embrace these types of personal narratives or poetry as methods to create community change. And we will articulate that we have multiple reasons that indicate why poetry is preferable, especially for individuals that prefer to have an artistic frame that distances their own personal experience from others. We fully recognize that some individuals prefer to engage with their person, but our argument specifically is that poetry allows subjective engagements that bring together community. I don't think you are fully responding or analyzing the way that we bring together community, whereas your arguments foster individual starting points clashing against one another in individual stories. We don't deny individual interpretations of poems. I read this poem very differently. There's a part at the start where a girl dies, and that means something very different to me than it does to individuals that have experiences with queerness because of my lived experiences. And I interpret this poem in a very different way than many of you here, and I would say that you shouldn't tell me exactly what the precise interpretation of the poem is, but then go to the poetry sheet proper. You say that we link into your intersection dissad. The first argument is that your method is not actually intersectional because your method fundamentally starts at your identity and says that your re-narrativization is key. We would make the argument that you can fundamentally relate to this poem in a plethora of different ways. It is not fundamentally a poem only about queer individuals. It is a poem about a plethora and multitude of things, which is the argument about subjectivity. Yes, your question.
So wait, we're not intersectional bodies? Like, how can you make that assumption?
The body's totally intersectional. Our argument is that there's no reason that there's a differential.
The poem is critical to allow us to come together as a community because it enables everyone to look at the same starting point and interpret it in different manners, which allows for the inclusion of different identities and different interpretations of that, but it enables it through an artistic frame. Additionally, you have conceded the number 3 argument under here that says that we have the capability to resolve just as well as the act through this community building and having the ability to bring together disparate bodies in a single engagement of narrative. On the narratives argument proper. You make the argument that our performance can be triggering too. I have a couple of distinctions to draw here. Your framework fundamentally concludes that the way that we should engage within the debate space is to re-narrativize. It calls upon me to tell you about my personal experiences. It calls on Drew to tell you about our personal experiences, and it claims that that act is necessarily self-affirming. We would make the claim that that is not true for every individual. I don't want to necessarily share all of my personal experiences in a combative debate space because I don't want them to be engaged with offense. I would make the argument that it is critical to allow for a methodology that enables individuals to either have distance or be personal. Our argument about poetry specifically says that it is an artistic ability that allows people to be just as emotionally attached to it as they want, which means that you can be somewhat distant from it, but you can also be fully attached and fully invested in the poem regardless. Additionally, I want you to specifically extend the argument that says that you would force disclosure and spotlighting. You try to wave this argument away, but your framework claims make it very particular that the way that you think we should engage within the debate space, that your methodology is this type of re-narrativization through personal narrative. We would say that this video camera would force us all to put our personal experiences on the internet. That's not something I want. That's not something any of us in this room want, which is why we should engage through the subjectivity of poetry. Additionally, you've also conceded the argument that the community is already willing to structurally exclude individuals, which means that when you put yourselves out there, you will just have a violent backlashing from the community, which means that engagement through poetry is absolutely critical because it means that there is not a violent backlash onto your identity. Additionally, on the infighting within a movement argument, you say that there's not a specific articulation, but we specifically make the argument that poetry is a transcendent concept that individuals can relate to, specifically that you can relate any experiences to poetry. For example, the commune that Drew lives in has poetry nights every Tuesday, and individuals relate to that poetry in different manners, and revolution fosters from that poetry because they have a sense of community around it and can all tell their stories in a space that is fundamentally not based on attacking their personal identity.
Activism, like we do food not bombs and activism all the time. Revolution does start there.
Yeah, and revolutionary action absolutely does start from poetry. You've not isolated a reason why poetry cannot be used for revolutionary action, which means we have the same revolutionary potential as you. Then go to the poetry good sheet. Your first argument is that we believe that there can be a distancing and that that is white privilege. We would make the argument that we allow the exact engagement that you want in whichever way you want to engage with the poem. You can make the poem highly personal and tie your experiences into it when you engage with it, but only engaging through the personal makes it so that your narratives become the targets of the state. It means that we have to essentially put ourselves on trial for the dominant power structures. Additionally, I don't think you're doing enough work specifically on the poetry good sheet. I want you to extend the argument that norms of intelligibility exist now, and that poetry allows a better understanding of the self because it uses artistic metaphors. Additionally, you've also conceded the argument that poetry is fundamentally introspective, that it creates an intersubjective experience between individuals, which means that we would allow the fostering of community far better than you because we have an argument that says that narratives force individuals to clash against one another or us to read offense against you. Our argument is specifically that endorsing this type of methodology is good because our reading of this methodology was the best way to engage you. We shouldn't read offense against you because that is despicable. We've said that from the start. It's only a question of the method, and you have already said that your re-narrativization has occurred through your speech act in the start, which means that we are only attempting to deal with the method that would be best for everyone. Additionally, I also want you to extend the argument that we better disrupt the state because the state doesn't know when we're attacking it because we don't have to start at the self. We'll answer, I know that you make some responses to this in your overview on the case, and I'll get to that further, but we would make the claim that the state has empirically backlashed against individuals who utilize their identity in a politicized manner as a starting point. We would say that poetry has the ability to make the state unclear about this. This is the type of logic that Colbert uses, for example, in trying to mask the fact that he is actually a scathing critic of Republicans, and this enables him to get deeper into the government and create more massive criticisms because the government doesn't realize that they need to reject him faster. We would make the claim that this type of methodology is better at engaging the state because it means that there will be no backlash against us. Then go to the affirmative. You make the argument that poetry doesn't solve for the external portions of access, but it absolutely attacks the external and the internal. Not only does it allow us to engage with our personal narrative with the poetry, it allows us to take the ideas contained within the poem and apply that on a community level and on an activist level. You have not fundamentally answered the arguments that say that we come together through a single poem and can engage it in a multitude of ways, which means we maintain not only the subjectivity of your experience, but also the ultimate affect that the methodology has. Additionally, you say that our poem just says queerness. The first response to this is that queerness is intersectional with other issues, but the second response is you can interpret this poem in multiple ways. To me, it is not a poem about queerness, as I've said already. I don't have that experience, but I still relate to that poem in a different way, which means that it still enables me to engage, whereas I couldn't engage my personal identity in this in this gendered space because I'm the only one of us four, I think, that doesn't have a
Identifies as cis.
yeah. Then you say that we have to confront state structures. I would say we absolutely confront them, and we confront them better because we have the ability to bring people together. You say, and additionally, some people may not want to confront the state with their personal identity. I would say that a lot of people would probably want to have the ability to deal with their personal identity through poetry or separate from necessarily tearing everything down. Your single prescription of method makes it so that engagement is lacked. Additionally, on the re-narrativization argument and the commodification arguments, it's probably true that the status quo is one in which most bodies are commodified, but we would make the claim that when your narrative comes forward, it means that that just becomes commodified too, unless we have a methodology that all people can engage with. Additionally, you say that there's no reason why we must expose, but your narrative, your re-narrativization is your method. You would force people to engage in this re-narrativization. Our method enables different forms of access.
It's going to be an overview, the poetry good sheet, the narratives, methodologies, arguments, the solvency for our poem, and then the case. Yeah, overview, poetry good, the narrative methodology sheet, the solvency for our poem, and then the case. All right, is everyone good? Cool, starting time now. I think what this debate comes down to is a pretty simple and clear debate about methodologies. Who is engaged in methodologies best? I think at the end of the day, there's only one offensive argument against poetry, which is that it's white liberalism because of distancing. We're going to win that that's not what happens, and that many people engage differently, and different levels of distance are necessary for different people, which means that in a world where that's the only offense, if we win that, any risk of offense to their methodology of reading personal narratives is going to be a reason to vote for the negative. They might go for these perm arguments saying, oh, we link to our perm sheet because of the fact that we try to include other narratives. That hasn't been our argument. The argument out of the 1 and C from the very beginning has just been that poetry doesn't exclude other narratives. We just say it's a better starting point. It's a question of starting points. That's what we're talking about. So onto the poetry good sheet specifically. They make the argument saying that that this creates a distancing, which is a form of white privilege because of the fact that people of color can't distance. This is true, but this isn't the distancing we're talking about. When we talk about distancing as it's articulated in the 1 and C, it is that there's an artistic lens and frame that gets put in between me and my speech act and you in the room, and that frame allows me to choose and moderate the ways that I present myself to you and create a reflexivity in that allows me to create a distance between us if necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, where is that articulation between the distancing between the audience and the self in the last speech?
I would say it's the cross-application of the argument that poetry solves for the normative frame that happens between us and uses non-normative logic to change the way the audience looks at us.
It's in the overview.
Okay, all right, we good? Cool. Starting time now. Cool. So the next argument is going to be, even if there's a risk of this, the other reasons why poetry is good are going to be key. You have conceded the argument that the audience engages us through a normative lens of heteronormativity, and that this means we are unintelligible to them unless we find a way to break this down. You've conceded the argument that poetry does this because it uses non-normative artistic ideas to change and play with the way the audience looks at us and to make us intelligible and rehumanized and apprehendable to them in new ways that haven't occurred before. You have not articulated arguments about why personal narratives do this, which means this always resolves better than the personal narratives argument. But in addition to this, you have conceded our argument that this disrupts the state best and disrupts the role of that camera in the back of the room. But additionally, you have conceded the argument that this allows for structural focus best because we come together as a community and look at the way that not just as individuals, but all of us relate to structures that delineate who gets to count, whose bodies are important, whose bodies aren't important. That is something that only happens as a result of poetry. You've conceded these arguments for why we are best on that question, which means it's a question of the narratives. Your arguments on the narratives saying that we link into are simply false. Our argument is that our offense against you is never that it could be triggering. Our offense against you is specifically the way that you force people to read certain bad arguments. The triggering thing is probably a wash when your personal narrative also talks about experiences with poverty, which can be extremely triggering for other people, which means that that's not the question. The question is whether or not you create exclusion. One, I think we're winning spotlighting, which creates a form of exclusion because some people don't want a spotlight and it makes them uncomfortable. And you conceded the crucial argument on this sheet, which is the blowback argument that says this community and the state blows back against us when we present ourselves in this way. That this community is messed up, it's heteronormative, it's racist, it's misogynist, and it doesn't care about oppressed bodies, which means that when we put ourselves out there in spotlight, we're always putting ourselves open for violence against us. You conceded this argument. This is a huge reason to vote against their methodology. But in addition to this, we would argue that you concede the argument that poetry transcends this and creates activism better, which means that we're always key to moving from the microcosm to the macrocosm, which means it's the solvency arguments on the poem. You say we're not intersectional. We say that neither are you. Your speech act in the 1AC doesn't start with intersectional methodology. Even if your bodies are intersectional, our bodies are intersectional as well, which means that there's probably not much of a differential on this question specifically. But in addition to this, we think the argument that everyone can relate to poetry differently proves intersectionality through our method, which means we're going to be key. And on speaking for others, this was a poem that was published on Humans of New York. It got 50,000 shares, and the author did interviews. Yeah.
Where was anything answered?
This is explaining Erwig's argument specifically that the author put this on the internet and wanted it to be spread. This is just talking about what that means a little bit. I'm sure it's under consideration because it's a panel. And did interviews talking about how they wanted this poetry to be spread, which means we're not speaking for others. So it's just a question of the case. We solve for external exclusion because we take the microcosm, move into the macrocosm with the best methodology. All your arguments about psychology and the ability to see us re-narrativizing don't matter in a world where you can see that the audience doesn't see us as human. The audience sees us as unintelligible. We need to use poetry to change the normative lens through which the audience views us. Only our methodology can solve that, which means it's the only thing that can ever resolve the affirmative and resolve these exclusions.
Okay. The order is going to be an overview. And then we will talk about all the poetry good stuff. And then the narrative's bad sheet. Yeah. I'll signpost and I'm just gonna mostly just talk. Alright. Is anybody not ready? Alright. Look, the only reason you're going to be voting for Casey at the end of the debate is because of all the offense that has been dropped by the MO and the by the LOC. The first is that they drop the articulation that they are speaking for others. They say that they are just reinterpreting this because they try to say that even though it's been published online, they are still using it strategically, and that is what's bad. It does not matter if they want this poem to be interpreted by everybody differently. If you're using it as a strategy, that means you're just commodifying the identity that you're trying to save. The second argument is look, they make all these arguments about how they are just putting a lens in between them and the audience, and they're separating themselves from the performativity. But pull across Alex's articulation that the black body cannot separate their identity from their performance. This is the idea of white liberalism, that they are shedding their identity to be able to distance themselves from their performance, to be able to say that they can control the lens on how the state uses it. But when they use things like poetry, that means that the state is just able to commodify them better because the state is just reinterpreting the poetry in their own way. The third argument.
Point of order. I think the argument that poetry gets commodified by the state more than personal narratives is new.
We would say that that's the articulation about how, well, yeah, I guess it's new. Yeah, you can scratch that.
Okay. Third argument going to go forward is that we solved their subjective interrogation because of the psychological interrogation between matrices of power. We caused you to supplement your point of view within your life with the viewpoint of the oppressed, to be able to juxtapose them, to be able to push these viewpoints to the forefront. And the fourth argument is that they aren't intersectional through performance. The poem is too vague to talk about liberation towards communities of color. There's no way that they can interpret this type of poetry to be able to relate to all of the types of intersectionality that we're solving for. They just fundamentally misunderstand what we talk about when we say intersectionality. But let's look to the poetry arguments. People of color cannot distance their identity from the audiences. The audience always assumes, as soon as they see that person, the first thing that they describe them as black. That is the idea that they cannot shed their identity when they are trying to perform, because their performance is on the body. They cannot shed this identity just to be able to control their performance to try and combat the state. Their only argument the only argument that they're coming out on that they're coming out with on poetry is that people can just relate to it in a different way, and that's the ability for the state to not be able to commodify. But look back to the triple octafinals round where Dakota re-narrativized his experience to be able to reorient the power structures of debate that have told him that he is disabled towards himself so that he can create self-affirmation. That is the idea of the narrative, because the narrative is not about just telling our personal experiences. We never force you to read your own narrative. The idea of the narrative is to break down the preconceived notions of the state, and that is exactly what our solvency does. The only other argument that they bring is that we have they bring communities together better, but when they speak for others, that is not bringing a community together. They are misrepresenting a poem and telling you to represent it for yourself, but when we cause people to re-narrativize their own experiences, that is going to create the best starting point. They are saying that they can solve for structural violence, but we say that there is inevitability of structural violence. This is a uniqueness question, because we say that the only way to be able to deal with this inevitability of the struggle is to be able to talk about what we're going to do in the face of it. We are not solving. We are just a starting point to be able to bring the viewpoints of the oppressed forward. Everything is a narrative. Literally everything is a narrative. They are only conceptualizing our narrative and the words that we speak, but the words that we speak are not just our narrative. It is the idea of the preconceived notions that we have within our mind and psychological interrogation. Even internal constructions of identities.
Yeah.
Even internal constructions of identities is a narrative. This means that we do not force disclosure within this. We do not force disclosure because we allow people to re-narrativize themselves within their minds. This is not. When we talk about narratives, we're not talking about just being able to speak openly about our problems, and we're not forcing other people to talk about their problems, but we're causing a psychological interrogation with our own narrative so that you can supply it with your own. Look back to the narratives debate. Look, the idea of this is that the narrative is about the only idea about this is that the narrative is about breaking down assumptions that being preconceived about us. When we allow poetry to be able to be the starting point, this means that everyone interprets it differently. But when we allow people to talk for themselves and be able to re-narrativize their own experiences, because it is about self-affirmation, it is not about bringing communities together, especially communities of color when they cannot shed their identity. That's why their own re-narrativization is key. Y'all cause distancing. You say that your distancing is different, but you literally say that you put a lens in between you and your performance. People of color cannot do this because they need to be able to re-narrativize their own experiences, because when people are walking down the street, the first thing that they see is their color without being able to conceptualize their identity. That's why it's key to re-narrativize.
So you're from Oregon?
Yeah.
No, CJ?
And what are your
I do this, CJ. I know I get it. No, I'm John.
debate. Round seemed close. It was a 5-0 for the negative. Should I start? Okay. So in any given speech, I felt like, yeah, I could vote for this team. The round seemed really close to me. I sat down, I typed out the issue. I thought it was kind of hard for me to look at the entire flow and know what argument goes where completely, but I mostly looked at the rebuttals and what you guys told me was important, and then looked at the issues that were emerging and kind of just typed out my thoughts on it. As I did that, it seemed a little clearer to me. I think the issue of commodification of the methods is probably a wash in the round. Everybody's saying commodification is inevitable. It seems like that's probably happening on both sides to some degree. The issue of the black body not being able to shed the identity, I think, does lean to the AF. I'm not entirely sure if I think the AF has solid solvency for that. Maybe a little more concrete description of how that works when you're dealing specifically with, specifically how it breaks down the pre-narrativization when we're dealing with stuff that you wear on your body, like the things that people are just picking up and pre-narrativizing based on that, or maybe specifically because of race. And the issue of backlash isn't answered, so that's, to me, something I'm kind of weighing against that. So that goes to the neg. It seemed like a pretty critical drop that everybody's saying the community is a community that's structurally violent. The neg, I'm gonna go through the whole thing. And it's a 5-0, so it might be better for just all of us to go and then ask some questions.
Okay.
I do think the neg has some solvency for backlash because A, the distancing they talk about, and I think that this is really just them talking about creating a safe space that it's not your narrative, so no one's ever going to feel, you're not going to feel attacked, and no one has a reason to attack you personally. And B, the other dropped argument that poetry can break down the normative structure, so potentially that backlash might not happen later because this is a debate about starting points. It seems like a better starting point. I don't think the AF forces disclosure of everyone in the room. I do think solvency probably relies on it to some degree, so that's also playing a role in how I'm evaluating these arguments, that somebody has to disclose, right? At least the people who are, like, if this method is going to be used, somebody's doing it. So the backlash is still a possibility there. So that's how I saw it.
I'd be happy to go, and I guess I kind of can't shed my mantle as director of a program and having responsibility for students. And if the question is what's the best starting point in that way, then I have students that don't know their own identities yet. Their narrative is incomplete in many ways, and also they might have secret narratives about themselves that I'm not sure if the issue of authenticity is ever really addressed in certain ways, but given this camera, there are certain things that requirement of narrative might make them do that would reveal things to persons that don't know that they would not want to know. For example, a student who potentially has not come out as gay to their family, but to their peers, it creates a unique situation in that sense that the requirement of that revelation, and I'm not sure you're saying that's required. You're not probably saying that your narratives, you have to be authentic and true and say everything that's potentially damaging to you. But if you're not saying those things, then I'm not sure how you challenge the power structures that you're doing. It seems like poetry would just offer a person in that situation the ability to make those statements without having to personally do that. I also, to the extent that sometimes we maybe have to make our, debaters make in a non-narrative format pro-Republican arguments or pro-hegemony arguments. I feel safe in that way, though, that at least debate offers them a role play space, that no one's going to accuse them of being warmongers or Republicans at the end of the debate because they knew that was just what they were assigned. I think there's a certain aspect of debate you're assigned a side, and you don't necessarily have to put your personal self into it. Is a safe way to engage, but poetry allows you, if you feel you do want to engage with those specific elements, a chance to do so without necessarily having to put your person at risk in ways that I think is really harmful. for persons who may not have a full identity established. And I think this other issue about the lensing, in some ways lensing is their protection from having to reveal yourself. And I think it's a great point that the lensing, though, is also the ability to perhaps you can shed that lens and that aspect. What about people who can't lens? That's, I think, an important issue. But in this case, you know, if we're going to say mutable characteristics are okay to identify and they happen anyway, then persons of color wouldn't have their narrative said in this debate. It would be impossible to have that, but poetry could bring in persons of color or people who aren't represented in the room, which is your issue of speaking for others too. I realize that it creates an understood problem, but in that issue, I think they identify, no, our poet wants this shared. Our poet wants this released out there because it might allow people who don't know persons of color, for example, or don't know queer people, or don't know people to engage with those ideas in a space that they feel comfortable with, and that aspect that's not maybe directly confrontational, or the goal is to get the word out. I think poetry uniquely maybe avoids the speaking for others because it's designed to be consumed at the author's request, whereas taking someone else's narrative would certainly be a problem of speaking for others. But I'm not sure if poetry, which is designed to be shared publicly, has the same concern then about speaking for others. And so it potentially then solves the lensing problem, because the lensing problem only exists if those people are present, but if those people aren't present, then poetry kind of uniquely solves for that aspect. And so I just want to say that I think we were all fundamentally shocked at the ballot count, and that it's difficult to say, oh, it's a close debate when you look at the ballot count, but I think that the issues are just that close, and it was an extremely well-debated debate. However, let me consider this, that if performativity is a construct that is going to be evaluated, we probably have to consider the issues of speed in conjunction with narratives. Because if narratives are supposed to create personal connection and personalize the debate and make it accessible to people, then it almost seems to commodify that narrative to then use debate strategery as a method that there is no narrative in the second speech. Narrative is not used as a method in your speech. There's no personal revelation on your part in that speech that kind of then sort of says, the method's great to start off with, but we can abandon it in order to win debates, which kind of is that commodification issue. It seems it has to be consistent. If narrative is the methodological solution, then it probably has to be consistent, and in that way, particularly if performativity is the construct rather than necessarily some sort of flojo-centric rationale, and it's not a factor in my decision, let me just say that, but I'm just saying that as a construct, it's probably something to think about are there some required consistencies in your demands for method that maybe don't allow you to have access to standard debate methods that in some ways you're saying are ableist and exclusionary, because the rate of speed at which you're speaking might leave some people unable to participate in the debate. And so, I don't think it was that fast. I'm not trying to dog you specifically. I think it was fine. You were intelligible, you were clear in that. But I'm just saying there is a theoretical aspect of that probably needs to be resolved.
Okay, I guess I'll ask. I thought it was an absolutely fantastic debate. I ended up voting negative, mostly because I think most of the arguments coming out of the affirmative for why poetry does not solve, especially the arguments about how people of color cannot engage in the poetry because they don't get the benefit of the lensing, I think it's absolutely devastating solvency takeout, but it's not an offensive reason why poetry itself is bad. It's just why it won't solve in this particular instance. I think that narrativization absolutely long-term has a much better solvency for all of the issues that you guys are talking about. However, that solvency also comes with, I think, some fairly incredibly likely negatives, offensive reasons. There's going to be this backlash against people who want to share. There's a discomfort and the inability to engage who don't want to share. Y'all seem to agree that this community will backlash against people who share because it is a racist, ableist, homophobic environment. And those impacts just make sense to me. That I personally would not want to share a personal narrative in a debate round. I feel incredibly uncomfortable doing that. And as a person of privilege, I would have very little to contribute in that situation, which I'm not weighing, I'm just So I think poetry definitely does not solve as well as narrativization, but narrativization comes with so many drawbacks and so many problems associated with it that the neg isolates, that I think poetry would be a better starting point for improving the community.
I can go, I guess. Yeah, I mean, a lot of similar things at what everybody else is saying. I did think it was a close debate, and both teams had some really good points to brought up. And even at the end of the debate, like, I have like offensive reasons on both sides for why I could vote for you. Like, I just kind of made a list for myself of like the offensive reasons I could win, offensive reasons I could win. And there's several things on both sides. I also just want to say I really appreciated that this debate was able to be personal and vulnerable without being hostile, because a lot of the times that's the way these debates go, and nobody really wants to get in that position. So I really appreciated that from both teams. So thank you guys. Definitely the best performative debate I have seen. So, but then of course, end of the day, I did end up voting for the negative team. I do think that there is a few stronger offensive reasons. I think one of the key arguments for me was your guys' argument about the norms and the unintelligibility of certain people, because I mean it's true. There are certain ways that like the community and people who are not in these situations are just used to thinking about people, and I think that they're making some pretty good arguments as to why this artistic form is able to challenge those norms, engage in this method means that some people are necessarily going to be excluded. You talk about how, in PMR, about how that you can still help, like they can help internally, they don't have to share in order to be a part of your method, but I think that allowing them to engage more fully and more outspokenly through poetry probably does more both internally and externally for the person, because that gives them the agency that they need. The last thing was, so I think the AF actually had a really good argument about the inevitability of structural violence. I think that was good, and I think that was something the negative probably needed to a little bit more directly address. However, the negative does make arguments as to how they are engaging those structures that aren't really responding to. You do repeatedly claim that the inevitability of structural violence is there, and I think you're probably right. But the negative still does make arguments as to how they engage it. They offer even examples of how that engagement can happen. And so that means that even if the structural violence is always going to be there, at least the negative's method is they're telling me how they can at least do something about it. And in addition to orienting ourselves personally towards it. And so that's ultimately how I evaluated this debate.
So I came into this round with a little different experience, just because I watched one of the rounds that you use as an example about the re-narrativization. And in that round, there was something that just kind of happened between identities, and there was a lot of problems with for some of the debaters in that round. And so I think I am especially sympathetic to the argument that some people don't want to have this narrative exposed. And I understand that you're talking about how re-narrativization can be an internal thing and that it doesn't necessarily have to be external. But I think when you say that you have to challenge power structures, and you kind of don't answer the argument that poetry can create this community that allows this, structural challenge in a different way without forcing people who, aren't necessarily wanting to disclose identities, that challenges those power structures in a different way, that ends up being problematic. Especially your arguments about, people of color not having a choice about disclosing their narratives. I think that when you're talking about intersection and how important intersection is, I think that they are solving for people who, aren't necessarily people of color but have other identities that they don't want to disclose. And I think that coupled with the arguments about starting points for other methods is what I end up voting on, especially, is the starting points argument, because, they're not saying necessarily that poetry is the end-all be-all method, but that it allows people to kind of choose what the method is that they are most comfortable with, and that they are, not wanting, or that they feel the least risk of receiving backlash for, and especially, in this community. And some people don't want to necessarily challenge the power structures because of the violence. And I think that poetry creates activism that you're talking about, and talks about what we will do in the face of power structures and violence, which is what you talk about. And ultimately, I do agree that the arguments about commodification are basically a wash. But I do want to reiterate that I appreciate how not triggering this round was, because the round that I watched was incredibly difficult and uncomfortable for everyone in the round. And so I just want to thank everyone for making a performance round that is not very uncomfortable. So, but yes, that's why I ended up voting it.
Okay, can I ask some questions?
So a lot of y'all talk about this idea of backlash, right?
When we talk about the idea of pre-narrativization and tying that in with the uniqueness argument that claims that it's not a question of solving inevitability, but it's what we do in the face of that inevitability, the argument that we're trying to paint is that regardless of what we do, whether or not we role play, whether or not we do poetry, we are always having backlash. And specifically, when it deals with the idea of people of color shedding their identity, I think that's what we're packaging as a diss-ad to show how their type of methodology is exclusionary. You make an argument about how they may not be necessarily talking about people of color, but other identities. So are you claiming that it's okay to make a hierarchy of oppression, or, because I'm not really understanding what you're saying.
No, I'm absolutely not saying that. I think that their arguments about how poetry creates a sense of community and allows for people with multiple identities, or identities who aren't identities that aren't necessarily the identity of the narrative to you just stop saying identify, but who identify with the poem. I think that calls for intersectionality in a way that your argument about people of color not being able to shed their narrative, so narratives are necessarily the most important. I think that doesn't answer that argument about those who don't want to disclose and who have that internal identity that they are privileged to have that option to not disclose.
Okay.
So, if that makes sense.
I just want to add, this isn't an issue in the debate, and in no way impacts, but you might, the identification of persons of color is particularly difficult in our society, given biraciality and also adoption and things. And I know that I've dealt with some students that are adopted and don't identify in the immutable characteristic we would look at them as. Mm-hmm. And so I think there's some complication then also just with some of the assumptions you're making about the existence of people of color's experience. It's obviously more multifaceted, but unfortunately debate kind of forces us to reduce down to more simple constructs that I think you really are trying to represent here.
Sure.
But again, just as the project moves forward, that's maybe something to consider about how you even want to represent those other identities for yourself, because those can be problematic constructs in and of themselves.
So that brings me to my second question. Did we not do a good enough job explaining that a narrative is not a personal story?
Well, at that point, then it is a little confusing, because the way it's embraced in the PMC is the model. And that's the only model we have, and there's not really much more how to do a narrative instructional method. It might be a great thing to include in the project to say, here's how narratives work, or here's what it can do, or here's how you might construct a narrative. I think it would be fair for you to have an instructional, educational portion of it and say, hey, if we're going to say this is our method, then here's how you can participate in the method. I think you should feel free to be instructors and teachers in that. But I would have to say the short answer is it's not really clear. Given the example that you have of what narrative is, and also then it's a little bit unclear how I'd also be able to, as a method and a judge, be able to determine if an internal narrative has happened that hasn't been displayed to me. I don't know how I would judge around on internal narrative changes. It seems like only external narratives are represented, and I don't know as a judge if I could telepathically tell an internal narrative has occurred to know that that person should get the ballot.
Should we rather repackage a narrative to explain that it is a historical and social perspective, not a story? Like poetry complements narratives. A 1AC defending role-playing for the federal government is a narrative. the thoughts I have in my head is a narrative. Like a narrative's not a story. So I need to do a better job packaging that.
So we should just articulate that after I give the articulation of pre versus re-narrativization, like just give that articulation at the bottom. Do you think would be the best?
I think some solvency on how a non-sharing your life story narrative would also work, because that's something I didn't get. I don't know how
Okay,
a silent
yeah.
narrative would solve for your.
I understand.
And if narrative's not a personal story at that point, then I'm not sure how then there's some unique method. If everything's a narrative, then I'm not sure how you're endorsing narratives then is anything new.
It's
And
about
so
it's about a centralization of identity, though.
that probably
So-
has to be sort of clarified, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, and I guess the last thing is that, I think it was you that said that you like the inevitability claims, but they're making things that say at least they can do something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, the question that I have is that we spend a lot of time talking about how if their idea of solvency is about subjective interpretations that happen internally within the audience, and we talk about how the narrative also does that same type of psychological interrogation because it forces y'all to think about your relationship towards matrices of power. I don't understand why we don't do something as well, because out of any of your RFDs, it seemed like that entire like comparative solvency question about how we're basically doing the same thing. I never heard any of that.
Yeah, to explain a little bit more, what I meant is, first of all, I was, I understand the inevitability claims, but they're like doing something for like some level of it. Second of all, I guess I didn't explain as much how I see them garnering that solvency. They talk a lot about the community building and community activism and ways that they can bring communities together, that they specifically say that your personal narrative idea simply can't do for various reasons, like infighting and a few other things I mentioned. I can go back and look back and see what the specifics are. But I think in terms of the specifics of how solvency works, the community building is probably the most important factor there, that they are garnering that you're not.
And if I may, I think that their arguments about artistic metaphors are the difference for me, because they talk about how your narratives are more concrete and don't give, like, yes, they allow for that self-reflexivity, but they don't allow for that individual interpretation, whereas yours has that interpretation kind of done for you, if that makes sense. It's like the abstract that allows people to create their own narratives, if you will. It's the starting point argument that is what I think would probably answer your question.
And I think that in order to win the inevitability issue, you have to just say they don't solve. Because it says, inevitability of structural violence, the question is how to address it. We both have answers on how to address it. Right? And so it's really a solvency argument more than it's, well, because it's inevitable, you have to go with narrative. Well, no, if it's inevitable, I can still address it with poetry. You still have to explain why poetry doesn't address that sort of inevitable structural violence in a way, in that sort of sense. I'm not sure why inevitability makes me default to narratives, I guess.
I'm sorry, I got one more question.
Real quick, I would love to keep talking with you questions, but I just really.
I understand. Speaking for others, I'm assuming that y'all just bought the argument since it's published. Apparently, that's okay.
I think, particularly because the intent of poetry is to be shared with others, more so, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. So should we make a better distinction about like the way that poetry is usually shared is kind of like what they talked about their personal experience about like poetry get-togethers, not competitions? Because the argument that we were making is that like all the poetry is supposed to be shared among community members. It's never in a competitive setting.
Yeah, go harder for that probably.
Okay.
Additionally, but don't say stuff about Dakota then, because like you're bringing his narrative into this.
He asked us to
Yeah.
speak for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was probably a
Well, no, I
shout
mean-
out.
Yeah.
So he asked you to do.
Yeah,
it to
he
go
said
for
he
that.
said before the debate, because he was actually one of the judges before the debate even started. He said, "If we lose this round, will you please talk about our story?"
Yeah, I thought it was a shout out. I thought you all respected him.
I also think that if you are talking about poetry not being into a competitive sphere, and this argument wasn't made, but I think that links just as hard to you bringing your arguments into a competitive sphere, and I would need there to be a delineation as to why your performance is not.
Because it's our choice. because it's
I think that
ours.
theirs is also their choice, though, you know, and I don't
Is
know.
that,
what-
is that their poem, though? That's the distinction that we're making. It's somebody else's.
What if you engage, but the other person doesn't engage in narratives?
Excuse me?
What if the other team chooses not to engage in narratives?
Like how so? Like, I'm not sure what your question is.
Like if they read topicality or
So
something,
you
or I don't know.
you run your case, and the other team just doesn't want to have, you know, that type of engagement way. It's still sort of setting up, even narratives is still a competitive setting. I don't understand why, again, narratives uniquely get out of the aspect of, we can't use poetry competitively.
No, that's not my argument. It's the question of authorship. Like, if they brought in their own poem, that's absolutely fine. It's a question of somebody that they never asked about, that put it online or in a book, and then use that to support a strategic argument for a ballot. John and I talk about our own experiences. The reason we bring in Dakota is because he asked us to.
Yeah.
Because we know him, but that's the distinction that we're making. So do I need to make that clearer?
Well, I think that the reason, and maybe they didn't say this, but I think that the reason why they are using poetry of another is because it's kind of an example of how if somebody doesn't want to talk about their own experiences, they can use experiences
But
of
their
poetry.
solvency argument says that poetry never forces disclosure in the first place. So I don't understand why writing your own poem does that. You know, if writing your own poetry apparently doesn't allow for disclosure, because that's the reason why it's better, because it's more subjective and it doesn't like force identity because it allows for that internal interrogation. I think in my mind that kind of puts them in a double bind, which either forces them to use somebody else's poem strategically, and if we would have made that clear, maybe that's a dissent, or you can bring in your own stuff, which I think is
Then it's the same thing you're doing.
Yeah,
Well,
which is
I'm not
I
sure
guess-
that they say that it's about writing poetry. I just hear poetry, whether it's reading it or writing it
Okay.
yourself. And that's the difference for me, is they don't say write your own poetry, they just talk about poetry in general.
okay.
And I don't think
That
it's
makes
a
sense.
particularly competitively violent thing to use poetry written by other people strategically. I guess, because if there's a problem with speaking for others, then yes, but if there's no problem of speaking for others, then I don't know, engaging strategically, because it's a debate, everyone's using something strategically.
I understand, but it's like I said before, it's a question of like authorship and
But I think a lot of
authenticity.
revolutionary poetry is designed to be shared and is intended to, carry this forward. I may not be able to be in all these situations, but you could read my poem on my stead.
I think I'd understand the argument better if
Yeah.
the poet said, please share this, just not ever to win a ballot in debate or something.
Yeah.
I just don't quite see the distinction between share this, but don't share it to win a debate, because
Yeah, that's maybe the.
it makes it sound like it's bad to be strategic to try to win a debate, when we agree we can do it as long as we have position.
Okay.
I don't see what they don't.
Thanks for your bravery.
Yeah, no problem.
I've had students come up and self-identify because I teach an ethics class.
Sorry, did any of y'all have another question for me?
Yes. Yes.
Mine is red, so.
I get it.
You need to argue why there's no terms of
Could we just kind of point out all of our judges? I see the 3 up front here. So we have 2 missing?
Matt Reisner is here.
Okay, so
Oh.
I'm saying one more.
Okay.
And then there's
All right.
Okay, cool. And then there was one.
Shale,
Oh.
that's what we're waiting for.
Oh, guess what I forgot? No worries. Actually, I think I forgot them in our last room. Oh.
Devastating.
Like, are you filming?
This is being live streamed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I knew that much, but like, I was like, can you like not privately or whatever? But you're taking pictures, so cool.
Still waiting for Shale. Okay.
Yeah. He's a judge, so.
Anybody. There's a chair in the back that has a jacket on it.
Just someone give him a chair or something.
I can scoot if you want
I felt like that was a little Mr. Mackey. We were just waiting to.
I see.
Are we all here? All right. Well, first, before we begin, I'd like to start with a round of thank yous. So first off, I'd like to thank everybody here for allowing us to welcome us in. You've been very inclusive here at the MPDA of what we're having to say. You've been supporting our voice in the community, has been backing us from where we're going. So I thank you for your move for inclusivity. And also, I love how that we created a space that's facilitated for all debaters, because right now, we've got the Parliamentary Society of Debate in Georgia right now that's going to be viewing this live stream. So for the individuals from our region, I want to see how debate's going on. So they're definitely going to see some cool stuff here. So let's get into it, right? Okay. While confined here in the Birmingham City Jail, I came across your recent statement calling our present activities unwise and untimely. Seldom, if ever, do I pause to answer criticism of my own work and ideas. But since I feel that you're individuals of genuine good and your criticisms are sincerely set forth, I would like to answer your statements in what I believe will be patient and clear terms. Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution states that Japan will announce their military and cannot protect themselves during acts of war. This was forced upon them during World War II in accordance with the treaty which is enforced by the UN. This is another instance of Western white bodies not allowing the colored bodies to defend themselves in order to keep the peace. This same action links to all colored bodies where the entire institution of whiteness is predicated on the belief that colored bodies are irrational actors. We've already seen, like 3 hours away from here in Ferguson, right, that black bodies are criminalized when trying to defend themselves. They were given a curfew under a state of emergency, and the U.S. military enforced it. Additionally, a 12-year-old boy holding a BB gun was shot. Even a boy does not have the right to defend himself with a toy. The basis of this racism is the idea that colored bodies are irrational, over-emotional, and incompetent. For instance, when white debaters were surveyed in 2005, they responded that minorities and women aren't successful in debate because of over-emotion and lack of cognitive ability. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we have seen His glory. This Word is the Oreo, and I am its embodiment. I am what society labels as a question mark. I am neither white nor black. No, I am some odd hybrid that is forced to justify his race whenever it is called into question. I recall many a day buckling my belt of truth, adorning my breastplate of righteousness, and fitting my feet with readiness as I prepared to traverse the valleys of the shadow of death. These valleys were known to me at school, and my parents often told me that as I progressed through these valleys to fear no evil. However, once I arrived there, there, I quickly found this evil was found with the people. As I moved through the halls and found my race, I was quickly notified that I was out of place, for I could not be black. My breastplate resembled whiteness, my belt was unneeded, and my fitted fleet couldn't fly or jump, man. And not only that, but my words were deemed blasphemous and my voice alien because it could not procreate slang. I was rejected because I was not black enough. Consequently, I continued my journey through the valley, only to find that those that were opposite of black. Interesting enough, the whites accepted me at first. However, I quickly discovered that the temporary companionship covered an illusion, for I was a token that they were inserted when they wanted to play the game of inclusivity. I was the individual that displayed to their parents when they wanted to prove they had a black friend. See, I found myself in quite a quandary, for when someone asked, I did not know what camp I belonged to. I was always too white for the blacks and too black for the whites, constantly being confronted with internalized racism and conflicted with mentalities of racial exclusion. I was always vacillating between identities and too often performing in order to fit in. So I found myself in this valley with all these shadows of death, but I slowly realized something. Shadows can only exist if there's a light source present. So I turned my eyes from this valley and shifted my gaze to debate. This space that you have created, this activity that you have facilitated and called debate, this sphere of communication is the reason for my self-imprisonment. I brought you my voice and you said no. I brought you my life and you said no to growth. I brought you my story with the intent to tell. They said you met me with a ballot pre-written as my ticket to jail. Now I'm writing this letter to those who think they are free. You silenced my voice and made a prisoner out of me. As I sit here in chains with this pen and this paper, I think of the outer with its cynics and haters. You think you are free in the land of the dead. You've abandoned your voice and replaced it with spread. Now you sit here conceited with your spread and your tech and say if I conform, you will replenish my breath. Yet you do not understand, you harbingers of death. I do not play roles. I'm a person at best. Now I sit in my cell, the inner looking outer, yet something is different. I've got my voice back, my power. In the status quo, debate is a performance-based activity. Individuals are forced to role-play, suppress their individuality, and told to conform. Similar to the life of the Oreo, minorities are forced to vacillate between the expectations of two sides. Minorities who are introduced into the activity either assimilate and perform or are appalled and exit. My colleague and I are not here to conform or exit. On the contrary, we are here to transform. We are tired of being placed into boxes and told to perform. We are not performers. We are not here to be displayed or entertained. The current activity of parliamentary debate thrives for being exclusionary and inaccessible to individuals wanting to express their voice. According to an internal study done by the NPDA, the NPDA found, quote, these females and minorities that do compete in the NPDA do not experience the same rate of success that non-minorities and male debaters enjoy. In particular, late out rounds at the national tournament are heavily saturated with men and Caucasian debaters. These problems are troubling because the NPDA lacks diverse viewpoints and seemingly does not reward diversity and competition at the national tournament. The primary goal of the NPDA is education. However, varied and multiple perspectives and views are not being often heard enough in late out rounds, end quote. Debaters are encouraged to perform as policymakers instead of expressing their individuality and engaging society. This commodification sets a precedent that tells individuals that personal lives do not matter and fiat is always preferred over experience, therefore producing a space that is not conducive for the active progression and engagement of society. Consequently, individuals who want to attempt to bring their personal experiences and voices in this activity are constantly told their input is not needed and will always be viewed as an alternative that is constantly unwelcome and unimportant. This misguided focus on policymaking continually excludes the public from this activity and does not allow individuals to discuss topics that engage their lived experiences. 70% of debate consists of all white men. Less than 17% consist of all men and women and people of color combined. In 2002, there were only 8 blacks compared to 179 whites in the NPDA. This African American in the NPDA has never been in the final rounds of either the NPDA or the NPTE. While at CETA, both teams last year were in the final round and were black and running projects. This hit home when we debated last year at Utah. And out of the 178 debaters, I couldn't count more than 10 blacks. This is entirely an issue of retention because women and people of color join the activity at higher rates than white men, and if they did not drop out, they would be the majority. For instance, at the novice level, women, minorities, and white men are roughly equal in proportion. However, the reason they exit is because typical debate topics are uninteresting because they do not allow a diversity of students to make connections to their personal lives. Therefore, the ballot will endorse the team that best confronts racism within the debate community. The signing of your ballot for Mercer BB signifies the signing of a petition against the exclusionary norms for this activity. When you vote for us, you join our resistance in rejecting the pervasive idea that norms are the only way to access the space. Your ballot for Mercer BB, go ahead.
Yeah, is you're trying to reform debate in this sense? Are you asking the judges to vote for a reformation of what debate currently exists as?
It's in the rest of this roll of the ballot.
Yeah. Your ballot for Mercer BB is an independent advocacy for the NPDA debate shifting towards a welcoming community where all people can participate but not assimilate. Your ballot joins a movement to prevent the collapse of debate, which is happening in the status quo due to its exclusion, and to open up the space for newcomers and for the public. Thus, the thesis. Vote for Mercer BB to join our petition against exclusivity and parley. This petition is changed. Sign for BB, you help us rearrange. These patterns of exclusion, you can end the illusion. Your ballot means something. Don't stand by and do nothing. You're the guard. The ballot is the key. Let us out.
The order is going to be one off, and then we will go based on the way it was presented. It's going to be long. Side note, mildly interesting fact, double initials, both teams. Just realized that.
Solid. Done intentionally, no.
You're like, you have last name, same last name? Okay, you're partners for life. If you need somewhere to sit, yeah, just kick him out, bro. Kick him out.
Always.
Is everyone ready? Starting off with the framework, you should vote for the team that has the best strategy of confronting anti-blackness should win. Specifically, you vote for the team that has the best strategy of confronting anti-blackness. The first argument we're going to have in here is going to be that of ontology should become first. It's the idea of the way in which you exist. Black bodies can never escape their social position because of the way the society is deemed. It's the idea that even if you are black, you cannot learn and be and act white in this society. The second argument on here is that blackness determines all secondary antagonisms. It's the idea that the mark of the black skin is the color which is conceived as being irrational, that it has the filter of whiteness that specifically puts on that says that you are not rational in this instance. We specifically outlined in what happened in Switzerland where Oprah Winfrey went to go buy a purse and the individual who sold the purse said that you can't afford this because of the color of your skin. This is the idea that you will always be perceived as black. Thesis. Thesis that civil society built on the extermination of blackness via the Middle Passage. The first argument we have under here is that slavery is the idea of the continuing of the Enlightenment mentality. It's the idea it's built on a civilization. The idea that we have to identify those who are uncivilized. The A point under here is that humanity specifically has white terms. Not only do we keep things in the white perspective, but we specifically deem individuals to be rational and irrational. The B point under here is that the privilege of whiteness specifically is that knowing no matter how bad stuff gets, you'll always be white. The second argument under here is that privilege difference is the idea of antagonisms. It's not a trade-off in this instance. We argue that the conflict of civil society. Specifically, we argue that the black body cannot socialize in this instance. The third argument under here is that white supremacy specifically has no explanation for what it does. It is ideologically has no explanation. Emmett Till was a woman who was a 14-year-old boy who was beaten, has his eye gouged out, was shot in the head, and was dropped in a river in 1955. Mary Turner had a child, and her child was ripped out in front of her and stomped to death in front of her as she watched it bleed and cry in 1918. Ellie Person specifically was burned in front of 5,000 individuals. That's a statement of why you can't be black in the prison system. This is examples as to why it is irrational. It's the idea of income. It's the idea of an inequality that you will never be worth. Links. The first link under here is that you can affirm your affirmation of the resolution is specifically problematic at the point to where it allows for the expansion of the idea of whiteness. The idea that it's the idea that why we have to have a new change to imagine a new world. You stay within the world of whiteness by specifically not removing yourself from it, but trying to allow reformation. The second argument under here is specifically for reasons of education on why it's bad. It's the idea that you are never being able to remove yourself from the white education. The little A one under here is that they affirm the court side, the idea of debate space as a reformation that is steeped in white academia. It's the idea that which affirms post-enlightenment theory. They specifically have which policies black individuals and specifically allows for the embodiment approach to education. This means that their affirmative is not as liberty that they tokenize. They specifically reform a system that is already proven guilty. It's the idea that they are trying to fix what is broken. The little B point under here is that Martin and Sexton specifically argued that anti-racist education is where we feed narratives to white individuals and white audiences. It's the idea of vampirism, that we feed them so that they feel better, that we have to give these narratives so that they feel better about themselves when they have reformation, but it's still established in the white thought. The C point we have under here is that failure to understand genealogy of the parliamentary activity. That parliamentary activity is steeped in Euro-British thinking. It's the idea that we have to call it parley, that we have points of order, that we have the Robert value of order. It's the idea that we're still Eurocentric in this activity. The E point under here is that Aldous, the university, serves as a model for the idea of liberation that is Eurocentric. The idea that Auden Staten for the UC Riverside specifically stated that this is the idea that you are reduced to cultures as objects. You reduce cultures as objects in the form of education. The next point we have under here is that attempt to reestablish the debate space and make it safe is specifically problematic as opposed. It's the idea of It's the idea of the plantation. You try to fix the scaffolding of the plantation, but yet you don't burn it down. It's the idea that you do not receive why the plantation is problematic. You try to fix it from the bottom up, but it can never be fixed. The next argument we have under here is that there false hope at the ballot. The little a we have under here is that the affirmative. The idea of the affirmative is that you can have 5 ballots that change the ontology of debate and the problems of debate. And you can have reformation, but the little beep one under here is that does not change the problems of debate. Racism is not going to go away if you vote for this because you still have a problematic society. The next argument we have under here is going to be the internal contradictions. The little a point under here is the affirmative's attempt to re-establish debate specifically is problematic because it's the idea that we are never going to be able to solve for the problem. The word we give is the idea of Brown versus Board, the idea that we did this to not only appease Russia because they said that we were treating not white bodies properly, but we did this for diplomacy impacts. First impact under here is if you're going to cause constant genocide. The little a point under here is it's the idea of the Middle Passage took distinct people and cultures and branded them as black bodies. The little b point under here is it's the continued violence that occurs against the black body is the most important impact in the round. They can only comprehend proximal impacts of racism as constant genocide occurs. The little c point under here is that the affirmative renders these impacts inevitable. It's the idea that they are trying to fix a broken system. You have to take the system down if you want to cause change. Alt. Vote negative to endorse the end of the world. Vote negative to endorse the end of the world. Solvency. Thanks. The first solvency point under here is that our way in which we envision the world specifically ends the white world, that we not only through reimagining imagine a world in which the white narrative is non-existent, but we specifically remove the problematic narrative that is existent. It's the idea that we have to take down the plantation. We have to burn the plantation before we can imagine reformation. The second argument under here is that you should always punish whiteness. You should always punish whiteness because of the incomprehensible things that it does. You extend across the thesis we have here. But the third argument under here is that pessimism is going to be good in the sense that blackness is deemed socially dead. It is try or die for the affirmative. They cause no change, mean that they can't change anything. Sorry, try or die for the negative. The fourth argument here is that envisioning every instance is key. If you try to go for something such as a permutation, not only is it going to cause the entrenchment of whiteness, but specifically you are going to go into the future world with the white narrative behind a parliamentary debate, meaning that you are never going to be able to change. The fifth and final argument is that imagining the end of the world is good in debate space specifically because we have to believe that we can actually get away from the negative implications that the white narrative has brought.
Yeah. So. Oh, this was just like a point of information. I missed it. What was your third point under the impacts?
Third point is pessimism is good, that we need to...
No, impacts.
Oh, impacts.
Sorry, I did mean your solvency argument. Yeah.
Pessimism is good.
Yeah.
Guys.
The first argument we have against the top is that your ballot basically becomes not only the token of you specifically... On the arguments that talk about Japan, you specifically entrench whiteness in this instance because not only do you specifically outline the problematic issues that America has towards Japan, you actually have no reformation, meaning that you are going to continue into the future world. The next argument we make under here is that Next argument we have under here is debate is performance, but your specific performance can be problematic at the point to where it does not burn down the system. We don't go far enough. We are the only ones who actually burn down the problematic system. The next argument we're going to go for here is that you specifically give statistics and numbers about how you basically give statistics about how individuals are white. This is not only we're going to argue the white tool in this debate because you specifically use basically the tool of the white men in this instance. You specifically are not going to be able to solve because you are entrenched in the idea of whiteness, meaning that you're never going to be able to solve for the problem of anti-blackness. Your vote for them is not going to change enough.
All right. Before I begin, I do want to say some thank yous. Mostly because, like, I'm not going to cry because I'm tougher than that. This project means so much to me. I don't want to drop the F-bomb because there are times where that is offensive. So freaking important to me. So yeah, it's really awesome that you guys are in this round because that means that like we know our project has impacted so many people to the point where people have come up to us and said like, thank you for saying what you're saying, right? Like that's awesome. GPDA, I love you. Cool. Yay, Georgia. Long live the South. Sorry. I always say that very ironically. But like to the point where like there are people in this round that like, I've never even seen you guys before and you've probably never heard of me. Hi, I'm Jazz. Like, I think that's really awesome that like people are like, invested in our project and care enough to come. And even if you're coming to Flow It to find answers against it, you still have to like learn about it, right? So like, thank you. Cool. In the true spirit of project debating, I'm going to say, forgetting off that roadmap, flow it as you know it. I will try and signpost. A lot of it's going down case. So, cool. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours, it will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory. All right, so this song comes from Academy Award winners Common and John Legend. They wrote the song for the movie Selma. I trust you all know what Selma is about. Okay, so I don't really have to do any extending on that. All right, judges, please don't drop that. Okay. So we're using this in this round because, so the glory in the context of Selma was for them to be seen as relevant voices within society, and the glory within this round is for us to be seen as relevant voices within society. This is actually going to be kind of be at the heart of this entire debate, right? Because we're arguing about what is the right way to be viewed. Okay. So first, I'm going to go into their case. There are a couple of problems with their case. So they said that their framework is the best strat to confront anti-blackness, which is kind of already in our framework, but I'll get to those arguments. They give a lot of analysis of blackness and how it's been perceived within society and how we will always be seen as black. Thank you. I did not know that. I have been living in black skin for 18 years now, and I wasn't aware. Thanks. I really, there are a couple of problems with this argument that, honestly, I'm just going to shell out for you here. So in a world where we decide that you will always be black, you cannot get out of blackness, you have to entrench this blackness, we're literally saying that you cannot be anything else. Also, what is blackness? We're using this term really generally, right? You're, honestly homogenizing the struggle of black people, right? You're literally saying that black people are always seen as black. So even if, what does that mean? Cool, does the color of my skin really, justify the content of my character? Are we really judging on that, right? I understand your point there that, we're talking about the ontology and that we can never escape the fact that we're black and blackness is, deems whether or not we're irrational, but, we're getting back to our case. That's why, that's why our case functions the way it does, right? We recognize the a priori question in this round is racial exclusion, right? However, they say that, we're, operating within the Eurocentric mindset. However, I don't understand how we're operating the Eurocentric mindset and you're outside of it in the world where you're literally still abiding by the fundamental structures of debate, right? You're still using frameworks, you're still using all of this tech, you're still spreading, which is fundamentally white, okay? I don't understand, I don't know if you know the history behind spreading, but it's literally created as an institution of whiteness to exclude other teams. It is literally a language barrier. So I don't understand, you bite your own advocacy when you use those rules, right? We're here, the reason we use our performance, our project, the reason we use these narratives, the reason we sing like this is to fundamentally disrupt debate, right? When you come into rounds and someone starts singing, you're like, what? Or when we come into these rounds and my partner's literally reading poetry as his advocacy, faces are like, what? I don't know how to flow this. We've literally had rounds where they're like, you didn't disclose, so we don't know how to attack creator. What? So in a world where you're still literally abiding by the rules of debate, I don't understand in what world you're actually even solving, right? Because you're still Eurocentric. Thanks. Furthermore, you talk about how what we're trying to do is reform. Okay. What we're trying to do is add more inclusivity to debate. That is a fundamental value of our role of the ballot, right? In the world, what their argument is basically saying is we can't reform it, we have to get rid of it. This is synonymous with the arguments that they had for the Back to Africa movement, right? You can't operate within this space, you have to get your own. That's really messed up because that honestly allows for no ground on inclusivity. You no longer have to include people in the world where you're honestly saying that you're different, get out. That's really messed up, okay? We're also gonna say, no, LGK, we're not. You also say that the narratives are used to make white people feel better. That's probably true. Stop feeling better about yourselves, white people. Cool. Your impacts are also that we engage in genocide and continue violence. Really not sure how that's true. It wasn't really impacted out well, so I've got nothing for you. We're not impacting out genocide. The reason for this, Judge, is actually going to be a fundamental reason that you're going to want to vote for the government in this round. We have real-world solvency. So the problem with the next block, the entire problem with their entire case, is it still operates the same way fiat does. It is still illusory. So they're still asking you to advocate for something that doesn't even actually exist. They can say all they want that we're not going far enough because I'm not going to go outside and burn this building down, which I guess But even if you buy that they are doing more, ideally we're doing more actually. So in the world where the next alternative is in the world the end of the world argument is a cool think piece, but it doesn't have any real world solvency. What you're gonna want to go for here is the government's real world solvency, where we're actually reforming the minds of people within the debate space. And we have direct links to this. And the realm where we've literally had teams prepping for our narratives. We've literally had people come up to us and say, thank you for what you're saying. And the world where we've actually made it to frigging Elam rounds. I don't think you understand. We're freshmen, and we made it to Elam rounds at MPDA. We didn't think that was gonna happen. We expected to come here, speak our truth, and people say, nope, sorry, there was no T there, you didn't spread there, and also your K turned. We were expecting so much tech, but we did not care because we put our hearts out there, right? We put our stories out there, right? And that's what we care about. And this has real world solvency because we have seen that the way people's minds have been changed. We have seen that when the judges look at their role of the ballot, our role of the ballot is literally advocacy for inclusivity within the debate space, rather than trying to in the world and go for this idealistic solvency. We're going for an actual factual impact, right? Something that's clear.
In the world where they say that they solve through a fiat by ending the world, and their method's better, but we actually access real world solvency in this round, I think our method should be preferred.
Yes. Question.
When do we ever say we use fiat?
Well, we're not saying that you use fiat. We're saying it's synonymous with fiat. So we're not saying that in any way are you guys like plan texting or whatever. However, we are saying that just as fiat is illusory and doesn't do anything, just as we recognize that, we also recognize that you signing the ballot for the end of the world doesn't do anything either. So in the world where you're cool, end of the world wins, the world doesn't end. It literally just keeps going. Awesome? That's what we're saying. So I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. Okay, so your things, we're not going to try and permit. There literally is no reason to permit. We can't both have solvency within debate and in the world. There was no world where we were ever going to do that. Ending the white world, we can literally end the white world when we get to a point where people stop thinking in terms of whiteness, right? When we stop getting into rounds where people are oh, you're talking about racism. Let me take a minute to step back because I've never seen racism before, right? Literally, I know you go on BuzzFeed. You've seen, the Ferguson riot. Maybe you watch Jon Stewart. I know social media has informed you, right? So, we break out of this the same way. It's the same thing with a lot of other movements, right? When we break out of, the patriarchy, when we break out of the world where we're homophobic, right? It's the same thing. You also said that blackness blackness is socially dead. I don't understand that argument. Are you saying the generality of being black? Because that's fundamentally what we're saying is a problem, right? To the point where you can stereotype black people, right? You listen to rap music, you listen to rap music, you listen to rap music. That's a problem, right? Maybe I do listen to rap music. Maybe I also listen to Bach, though, right? The entire generalization of blackness is a problem. Also, the idea that you're commodifying the struggles of black people is also a problem, because that means you get to come into this round, put on your blackness t-shirt, and then leave and take it off and go back for advocating for the same things you advocate within the debate space. Okay.
There's a new sheet on top. I don't really know what you're gonna want to call it, but it doesn't matter. And then we're gonna go to the K in order for our position. Are we all ready? Okay. First of all, I want to start out with some thank yous. I want to thank my team for being so supportive throughout my 4 years of collegiate debate and high school debate. And I also just want to thank my parents for making some really hard decisions, including to let their decision that they wanted to be together come over family disagreements, society disagreements, and to allow me to exist in this world. I know that when they were pulled over by cops and asked if my dad was harming my mom when they were married for 10 years, or 20 years, was hard for them, but that and all the things they've been through have been worth it. All right, let's go to the news sheet. On the news sheet, our argument is going to be kind of an overview of this debate. And it starts out with when I decided to try to be involved in the political system by interning for a campaign. And I was up late, going at a post office, working, trying to basically look at attack ads against our candidate. And I was just leaving, and 5 different police cars come up behind me and pepper me with questions. And apparently I was detained. I thought I was arrested. I thought my life was over. I thought I would never have any opportunity to be part of politics again. But this is what happens when we try to, as people of color, be involved in the black space. And this is why we think that rather than coming and appealing to you to reaffirm our narratives, we're asking you to burn down the way that white structure and debate exists, which is why I'll be voting for Concordia in today's debate round. Let's go to the thesis arguments, or the framework. On the framework, we're both looking for the same goal. We are trying to resolve the question of whiteness, not the question of white people, but the question of white ideology. Their argument is that we can somehow reform this system. The only problem is that teams are going to get up who have 100 to 90% people who are white males in their programs and continue to run their arguments that will always be the dominant narrative, which is why we think you should look at our ontology arguments. The society has deemed us dead. We don't deem anyone in this debate round as Concordia socially dead. It is something that uniquely has already happened in society. My dad will not be recognized as a person when he is pulled over in the car next to my mom. He will be seen as a black, as a person who is, or somebody who is non-person. This is what we are arguing in today's debate. Go down to the thesis. On the thesis, they ask the question, what is blackness? We answer this in a couple of places, but particularly on the impacts. We say in the middle passage, distinct cultures were taken and stripped from their land and given the label of black, the label of Negro, blackness. That is what blackness is. It is not something that we identify with in today's debate, but something that has been forced upon somebody like me. So no matter if my parent, if I'm the whitest black, I've been told I'm the whitest black person people have ever met on so many occasions you cannot even imagine. My slang is terrible. I can't even fake it. But I'm still socially dead and socially black. That is what we're trying to say is the real issue. That no matter what we try to do in this debate space will always label us socially black. All of our arguments here we talk about. They talk about specifically how we need to look outside of this Eurocentric idea. Go to cross-apply the arguments that we talk about on academia and model education. We specifically talk about how the entire debate parliamentary structure is based on a structure of whiteness and British colonialism. This is something that is undeniable in today's debate. Additionally, they say that we are spreading. Our first response is that the idea of speed is, of course, relative in today's debate round, but the very activity of parliamentary itself has made us in such a condition that spreading becomes inevitable. Just because we talk fast in this debate round is not going to affect your ballot. We're not going to ask you to vote on some silly drop term. We're asking you to vote on an ideology. However, that is what's going to continue happening even if they win MPDA nationals, even if they win the MPTE. This structure will still endure in a world where we do not endorse the end of it. Additionally, we talk about how narratives are important. We make an argument specifically of how narratives are fed to people who are white in order to gain endorsement for reformism. This is not what we are advocating for today's debate. My narrative is not here to ask you to endorse what I've been through. I'm asking you to endorse an end of a system that has been structurally problematic, not to reform it, not to try to change it, but to say it is something that should be ended, something that should be gotten rid of. The AF team just doesn't go far enough. It is an attempt to try to compromise and to gain a token movement, but not actually solve for some of the root cause issues. On the links. On the links to page, they say that we are looking for inclusivity. The problem is that inclusivity is an illusion in today's debate. There will always be a team that gets to a certain point and will be shown as the token. This will become a token of how white people have allowed black people to exist in the debate space. In a world where a bunch of people in a white community vote for black teams. That's not what we are advocating in today's debate round. We're saying that inclusivity is an illusion and you should endorse calling out that illusion. No matter how many times I get voted for, it is always going to be voting for the black guy or the half-black guy or the guy who passes as black who's white. This is the type of thing that we're trying to indict. You talk about how we tell you that you have to get your own space. Of course, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that we need to deconstruct, burn down, end this space as it exists. We talk specifically about genealogy and about how the way that the white systems have been constructed is to create us as socially dead black bodies. This is not something that we commit an abuse in this round. This is something that has been pushed upon all people who are not within the realm of whiteness. Additionally, you talk about how this is real world. My response is that our alternative is just as real world. Of course, we're not arguing that if you vote for us, everything's going to come down and parliamentary debate's going to be inclusive. We're arguing that you get to endorse one of two methodologies, one of reformism or one of rejecting the idea that we can reform debate without serious structural changes. Or I should say structural, ending the current system and creating a new system. The next argument they say is that this is the idea of trying to fit in. Me trying to get involved in politics and become a political internship is an example of me trying to fit in. The system exclusively bars me from that and tries to keep me from that. I am done with trying to fit in with white society. I want to see a society that is not based off the idea of blackness, it's not based off the idea of whiteness, but respects me as an individual and also personal cultures which I identify with. I like Kendrick Lamar and Bach too. On to the model education arguments. I've already kind of talked about those, so let's just go down to the impacts. The impacts are, to use some debate jargon, a straight turn to case. Case just doesn't happen in a world of the impacts. You talk about how we talk about black people as socially dead. That is an ongoing genocide that happens now. It's not that I am rendering us in this room as socially dead or myself as socially dead. It is something that happens initially. For example, when somebody asked me if black people are better at athletics because they were bred that way, and a genuine question. Another person asked me, are mixed people like less or more strong? It's like breeding a mutt. Like, are purebreds better? Like things like this, things that I have to deal with on a daily basis where I am rendered as an object to be stared upon and to be looked at and to be affirmed in order to satiate that white guilt, but never to actually be resolved. On the solvency. On the solvency, you talk about how we're synonymous with fiat. No, you're endorsing a method in today's debate round. There are two clear methods. One of where you try to reform the debate community, and one where you say the debate community fundamentally is flawed and it needs to be fundamentally ended as it exists now. Additionally, you talk about how we need to be thinking about a transition and thinking about this idea. I want you to extend the solvency, or to look at the solvency of our criticism, our argument, that there needs to be a form of pessimism. We have tried, for Adam Infinitum, to try to be included in a world of positivity where we can exist in this space, and the world of the white space always says no. It always sends the cops. It always detains you, prevents you. It is time to throw that off and say that that is not acceptable anymore, which is why our solvency is key. Extend the solvency. On case. I'm not going to deny their case is well-intentioned. I'm really sympathetic to their case. I just don't think it is what this community needs. I don't think it is what is solved. Please vote for Concordia.
The best way to do this would just be open a tab. You can call it a voters tab. I am going to be referencing parts of both the case and the criticism as we go through the voters tab. You can just kind of star stuff if you want. But it would be really preferable if you just have a new sheet, new tab, just for voters. Is everyone ready? The question at the end of the day is not how bad is it right now and how much worse can it get in the future, but why in the world are we keeping the broken system? Why are we keeping a broken system that has been broken by whiteness and deems the black body to be socially dead when we can just get rid of it now? There is no chance for a jury. The jury is out. Whiteness is guilty. They are not innocent in this instance. And taking them to trial and trying reformation is not the solution. The solution is to end the world. To end the way in which we view the world through a white lens. Because right now, through the white lens, we'll never have the black body to have a chance to be socially alive unless we get rid of the problem to begin with. Voters. The first voting issue is I want you, debate jargon, to extend the framework that we have at the very top of our critique, which specifically says that you should vote for the team with the best strategy to take down anti-blackness. That's what we have at the end of the day. And the question is simple. As a team that says that what is set up is just morally flawed, has done indescribable things to individuals in the name of whiteness or justice, should it exist or should it be taken down? Or should we cause reformation to the broken society that we live in and hope for a change in the future when we can see that's not true? The second voting issue you can kind of tag is the idea of vampirism in this debate, or the idea of the token ballot. That when we feed narratives, when we feed these arguments to the white audience, we don't cause change because it's the idea that I voted for this, so I feel good about myself. We have to take it down if we want to have reformation. The only way we can have change for the future is by getting rid of the flawed system now. Feeding the beast is not the solution. You have to cut its head off if you want to cause change. The next argument you can tag is the third one, is that the way in which education has been formed and deconstruction is not going to be the solution. Education, in the way that the resolution is constructed, and the way in which we've had in this debate, is white privilege. That those individuals who are deemed as not white do not have space or privilege in this area. Meaning that we, even in this space today, cannot gain full access to causing change. We have to get rid of the system. The fourth argument you can tag as the injustice of whiteness. Our narratives that we presented, go across clean if you want to do debate jargon, It's basically individuals who during the times of before the 50s, after the 50s, not only were killed, not only were burned alive, but had their babies stomped in front of them. This is the idea of the injustice of whiteness, how it causes not only pain and suffering, but has done indescribable things to people. And we're going to let it go off, and we're going to say, not guilty, let's cause some change. Or maybe guilty, but hey, we'll cause reformation. That is not the solution. You have something that is the core of injustice, if anything, and something that is just blatantly wrong. And fixing it's not the problem. We have to end the world in this instance. We have to end the white world. We're not arguing that the world's going to burn to ashes. We're arguing the white world will end. We're arguing the white world and the way it's been constructed will end. And the white world is the problem because that is what has caused the injustice. The fifth and final argument, you can just tag the problems of parliamentary debate. A parliamentary debate is endorsed in a Eurocentric vision, and how this space itself is always flawed. It's the idea of society. It's flawed at its core. The only way to cause change is to vote for the alternative. Vote to end the world.
All right. Well, once again, I want to say thank you. Thank you for everybody being here. It's been an amazing round. Thank you. I appreciate your advocacy, man. I love that our voices are being heard, and we're continuing this. Thank you, audience. We're about to wrap this up real quick. All right, Judge, I'm about to give you 5 voters real quick on why our demand is that we get out of jail. First, this debate has boiled down to a methodology debate, right? But the moment that the opposition steps into the round and they engage the same structural debate system that has been used to oppress us, they fundamentally lose this argument, right? The same instance, the same point where they come in and start to spread, use these little A's, B's, and C's to critique us and put this in their box, they lose. Our narrative access a different world through which our voices, our role of the ballot can actually be heard, which is what they're supposed to be solving for. But the best strategy on confronting anti-blackness is not to use the method that has proliferated some of the oppression of black bodies. That's exactly what they're engaging. Second, assimilate or exit. This is the entire argument, right, of whether, okay, can we conform to what debate's supposed to look like, or can we just jettison? Should we just get out of here? Their argument is that don't stay around and reform. We need to leave. We need to destruct whiteness and leave the space. Basically, a decollapse of this base space and exiting. This ties in to what I'm going to talk about, which is another one called reform versus depart. This is like the Back to Africa movement versus the civil rights movement. It's the idea that, okay, we can't have our way here, so let's leave. That did not work. Your moment where you say you want to leave the issues of whiteness, like the society of whiteness, instead of fighting with all those and having their voices heard and reforming it, is exactly instead of ending it, is exactly what's harming our activism today. This is exactly what we see in civil rights activism in actually the civil rights movement. They said, in order for our voices to be heard, we need to reform and put an indictment on the current society so that we can include a space for everybody's voice. They didn't decollapse the political sphere. They engaged it, they reformed it, and their change happened. I am here. We are all here, to some extent, by the civil rights movement, not the Back to Africa movement. We didn't leave and exit. We reformed and changed. That's exactly what we're doing here. We demanded our voices to be heard, and that's exactly what's happening in this round. Next, right? In-round change. They're talking about how we can't access any sovereignty. Listen, this movement has already started. In the world where we have NPTE and CETA running these arguments, and this is continuing, now we're talking about societal change, where it's actually influencing the activity, where individuals are coming and finding, you know what, somebody actually expanded their voice, now I can too. That solvency is what we're carrying through this round, which goes into our role of the ballot. So they're talking about the best strategy of confronting anti-blackness and our move away under the role of the ballot from inclusivity. We encapsulate that role of the ballot. It's expanded for us, because we're saying all voices can be heard, but we got to activate it, right? We've got to be here in this activity in order to change it. The moment you decollapse activity, and in some fundamental way we decollapse whiteness, what does that look like? It's a beautiful idea to say we can decollapse whiteness, but is that something that you can access on that ballot? No. But what you can is you can access a petition that says our voices here matter, and other voices will be included in this round and in this activity.
To prove to other teams that this is important.
Yeah, that and it will prove to other teams that this is important. And to access the tokenization debate, okay, they're basically saying that any change that happens from minorities in white societies is tokenization. No, I disagree. The ability that we can access white society and fight for change and our voices being heard is showing exactly how far our movement is coming and how far our movement is going to go. The moment we say we don't believe that we can deconstruct this system, we need to jettison and leave, that's the moment our activism stops. Because we don't even know what happens after we deconstruct this whiteness. But we do know what happens if we stay here fighting and reform. More voices are heard and more voices are included.
Could I interject, please?
Can you interject?
Are you doing a point of order, or is it?
I'm interjecting. You can call a point of order. I don't care.
No, go for it.
Okay. I would appreciate it if any, talking about how the civil rights movement has shown past ways in which we've solved for blackness, this type of narrative is not something I had a chance to respond to. Yeah. And I think that the characterization of it is something that is new in a way that I don't get to interact with.
You understand?
Well, I was going to answer because I brought up the civil rights movement was in my speech, so I thought it was more of an extension, but I'm sure it's taken into consideration.
You had 2 speeches after she stood up, so I have to...
I'm sure it's taken, there are 5 judges here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Next, the last one. We're going to be calling this one the big ticket, right? Basically, we're looking at whose role of the ballot and what method best accesses change in this community. Our role of the ballot has already accessed change. The instant we walk out of this room or before we come into the room and other teams and other minority voices are saying, you have sparked my interest, you are my belief system now, we wanted your voice to be carried through this round, that is the time when we find out that our activism counts. The moment we step into a round and people hear us and they understand that we're accessing change, our method is preferable. Our method is accessing people and we're engaging society. Their method deconstructs whiteness and does not access any solvencies. It's ideological. It doesn't access anything. Therefore, we vote that you sign the petition, Black Lives Matter, move NPDA more towards inclusivity. All right.
I'm going to hug you.
Great debate.
That was good. I'm going to...
Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's not your fault, you're tall.
congratulations on getting to off finals of MPA. It is a 3-2 decision for the negative for Concordia. So nice world. So I'll you go first. So the reason why I voted for affirmative, just as a big picture issue, is I do think that the app solves for the app in its own way because of self-empowerment. These are reasons independent of the nature of the big community itself. I think that there's another external layer of offense that talks about the big community. And for you guys, I don't know if your alternative would be able to solve for their self-empowerment, and I do not feel that your alternative necessarily solves itself in a certain way. So the way I kind of see this is that, what I mean by the alternative solving itself is that you make claims about how whiteness, leads to some psychological pressure harm, right? But for me, the story's not clear that rejecting and burning it down would actually cause some type of solvency for yourself, right? There's a difference between stopping someone from harming you and versus like what you do in response, right? And obviously, I think it's intuitive that stopping some type of harm to yourself is a type of benefit to you, but I think this issue actually needs to be significantly more clarified with debate, especially in comparison to their argument about ability to some types of personal self-empowerment, right? It seems to me that both of you guys are making arguments as to why, there are things that are like perpetually, mess up the status quo, right? Like they make an argument of some type of inclusivity, some type of incrementalism, right? And I don't know if they're ever saying they're going to make a perfect world, but there is at least some type of solvency that will continue on to the future. I don't think they ever claim that they will be able to solve for like every single instance of racism. And I do think that the arguments about the Back to Africa movement versus the civil rights movements are fairly compelling for me. And given the fact that I do think that you guys definitely link into your own app via their articulation, that you still use the general norms setting for debate, there isn't a very large link to the K to the app that's very unique, which means I kind of vote off my perception to be larger solvency that the app would be able to solve itself more than the uniqueness of you being able to solve for your own K more. So that's how I see that.
Okay, I also voted affirmative. I don't think that the alternative solves the affirmative because I think the entirety of the affirmative is rooted in round solvency claims and how the debate space is liberating for them and is liberating for other people watching the debate, and I don't think the alternative solves that. I think for me the negative isn't responsive to the question of in-round solvency, and I also think that there are concessions made about how the affirmative has and does create in-round solvency and how norms are changing as a result of reading arguments like this. I also think that if the affirmative does have the possibility to create change for even for themselves or a feeling of empowerment for anyone, then perhaps the system is not as broken as you say it is. Because if the system is, if there's some hope that debates bring about change or that this type of these type of rounds bring about change, then maybe debate a whole isn't totally broken. And I also think that I don't think there's a good enough response to the fact that saying we have to burn down the system totally is like the Back to Africa movement. Like, you can't function within the debate space, so don't and burn it down. I also think that the link to the criticism is that acting within this debate space is bad, and that is the sole link to the affirmative, but I also think that you do act within the debate system. I also think that, for me, I don't know what a world of the alternative looks like, and I find that really problematic. I don't know if debate happens again, and if debate does happen again, is it like they're trying to make it now? I just don't know what burning it down and rebuilding looks like for me, and I think that that's a problem. So if you read this kind of thing again, I want to know what a world of the alternative looks like. I also,
I want to also say 2 things before we flip to the app.
Yeah.
So, just a couple of things. First, I do think that your goals isn't very, I don't think it's particularly strategic. I think maybe burning down white civil society is very distinct in the end of the world. I think the end of the world could be interpreted and had an offense directed against it. That's something that you probably wouldn't intend, So I think those types of strategic decisions alternative might be something to consider. Also, I think you can generate maybe a lot more offense, specifically on the intersectionality debate, as opposed to just the system's bad. That would be, perhaps more sticky to the app on that level based on traditional lines.
I do think that I should answer the argument that this will just be your argument will just create a tokenization of the ballot where white people just vote for your argument and then they're like, oh yeah, well, I did my part, I'm done. I just
Okay.
like that argument better.
Thank both of you, by the way. Thank you.
Do you want to go?
No,
I mean, I guess I can talk. That's fine. So I obviously am voting for Concordia, but I think this is a very good debate. And contrary to me endorsing that we burn debate down and everyone leave, I think you should keep debating. If you're only first years, you're just going to rush people. I mean, you're doing it now, to help us get this far, but you're just going to keep getting better, and hopefully you find more competitive success. And you two did a very good job in this debate. And at this tournament, so you should feel proud of yourself. So on the flow, I end up evaluating the solvency question a little bit differently than the two judges that have spoken previously. I think that the negative does get some actual real world solvency, because I have this argument that imagining itself, like imagining a world where we deconstruct whiteness and break it down, is critical to solving because it creates new spaces and allows us to come up with new ideas. I think that is a pretty compelling argument. Additionally, they have framework arguments that says that the role of my ballot is not to fix debate, but rather to destroy anti-blackness. So regardless of whether or not I think debate is better in this world, that's not my job as the critic if I evaluate based on that framework. My job as the critic is to deconstruct anti-blackness, which means that I evaluate that the negative would get solvency for the critique in that world. So the civil rights back to Africa argument and Bay Lincoln arguments are all fairly good arguments to the PMR to go to. On the civil rights argument, I think it's like, this is an argument that I agree with personally, so I think you're probably on the right side of history. But in the context of this debate round, they had this pretty compelling tokenism argument that says that when we feed narratives to white people, we just make white people feel better about themselves and about the system, which means that the system never really gets changed and just keeps being broken, right? So this argument, combined with the MO's narrative about how he was still harassed by police even when attempting to work within the system, seems to indicate that the PMR arguments about the civil rights movement creating positive change are not entirely accurate, because black bodies would still be marginalized in the status quo despite previous attempts at reformation, which means in that world it seems like it's try or die for the alternative to create better access to inclusivity through burning down the plantation and breaking down whiteness in that sense. The back to Africa arguments are good, but I think that their argument, Concordia's argument, I mean, is not telling you all as the affirmative that you should get out, but saying that you should want to get out, right? It's not forcing you out, but I think that the argument as they articulate it is that we should actively choose to leave and break down the system, which means that I don't think it entirely links to this. Plus, I think there's a pretty good chance that the alternative would be able to resolve any, negative offense that would come here. The argument that gives me the most pause in voting for Concordia is the argument that you link to the criticism, because I think this is a pretty good argument, and I think that my one suggestion for the PMR would be to sit on this argument more and explain exactly how they link in and what that means in the context of the debate space, right? They knew coming into the round that debate was fundamentally broken, yet they actively chose to participate in it. That means that they link more to the criticism than you do, which means if anyone should be voted against, it should be them. Like, if their link arguments are true, then the fact that they still continue to debate and still continue to spread and do all of these like normative debate things means that they should lose the debate. I think more on this argument is probably the best out for the PMR. However, there's a couple things that I end up letting me go Concordia on this way. One is that debate conditions just to spread. If that's true, it sort of proves the thesis of the critique to be true. Additionally, the second being that the alt would intuitively sort of resolve this argument because if debate breaks down, that seems like the best way to stop spreading because no one's going to spread if there's no debate. And also, I think that most importantly, the affirmative still links in a variety of ways. Emily mentioned that the only link to the affirmative is through engaging in normative debate. I don't think that's entirely true because you also have link arguments about attempting to reform the system. And this argument about the false hope of the ballot, I think that those are distinct from active participating in debate. I think those are distinct to the way that they participate in debate, which means I think that there are still other ways that they link into the criticism, meaning it seems like they would link more to the critique than you would in the scenario. But I think more evaluation in the PMR about how they link more or how I think if you win this argument and you get a clean kill on it, this could be a round one for you in my mind, because I mean, there's not an opportunity cost to be affirmative at that point, but I think more on the argument that they link into the criticism and what that means in the context of this particular debate round would be a probably more compelling strategy, but this is a very good debate, so congratulations to everyone.
Thank you. I'm actually quite shocked. I come from a very different political spectrum and perspective of debate than Matt, but I very much agree with most of his analysis. First off, I'm not voting neg because of the alternative. I'm voting neg because I think the framing of how ontology should be proceeding particular performance of the 1AC is quite compelling and isn't really contested by the 2AC. I think the 2AC does a very good job making good intuitive arguments per se, but like for example, I think that your argument about how they are commodifying blackness could be very, very offensive. It's not really impacted out in your particular speech, but I think it should be within the PMR. That's something that's not really conceded, that isn't really addressed, and I think that is probably the biggest piece of offense that you could have to their particular performance. I think that what you all need to do is just, and I actually just judged your other team and voted them up in the round prior, and this is kind of the same situation I told them. I think the 2AC and the PMR just need to be like, you know what, fuck the app. We don't care anymore about that per se. Your performance is what's problematic and wrong. And so it's not so much about voting up the performance of the 1AC, but voting them down for something that you think is either objectionable or problematic. I think there's a good amount of grounds for that to happen. Particularly when a white guy in the 1NR is giving the most disingenuous speech I've probably ever heard about anti-blackness. And I don't know if that's just because you're white or if I just think that you're just being a lot of like false stones of empathy there. You actually made a couple of very good arguments. It's just, for the life of me, I was just like, this seems so disingenuous. And you can have, sincerity disadds to their particular performance and things like that.
Side note, also quarter Korean, so
okay.
Not full white guy.
Performing whiteness and passing is certainly still concepts, but I do apologize. Either way, that's not my point. Again, though, it's to me a debate about competing methods. Either endorse the 1AC's use of narratives to fuel inclusion in debate that has been hostile, or to interrogate anti-blackness within all social structures, including the debate sphere. I think the neg is ahead on this. Again, not because of the alt, but because I think they have terminal defense to the 1AC and an offense that's predicated upon anti-blackness within your advocacy. I do think that I actually agree with the first judge that maybe you should have been a little bit more strategic with the alternative. I think first, it's very clear, maybe that's not true, but to me it's like, I wonder where this kind of discord happened. Maybe in prep you're like, well, we can't do, burn down white civil society because of resolution space, maybe talking about Japan, and maybe that's why we did end of the world. Either way, I think you need to be less Farley and more like unflinching paradigmatic analysis, that every particular instance of anti-blackness needs to be an independent reason to reject that kind of stuff. So like I said, be more Wilderson than Farley. But again, I was thinking maybe the strange wording of the actual alternative had something to do with the topic area. So I don't know how much I really fault you. Either way, I think that the radical politics of the 1NC outlets the 1AC, which is a fairly moderate political position of the civil rights movement and things of that nature. It's very compelling. The most compelling argument is that you performatively commodify blackness, but that's not an impact that's kind of brought through the PMR. Either way, though, I don't think maybe I'm the only one, but I don't think the Back to Africa arguments or movement arguments are very compelling at all. I don't think Strom Thurmond said, hey, black people go to Liberia, and they're like, great idea. I think Marcus Garvey came up with a black national identity and said, we cannot exist and survive in these spaces. We need to create our own spaces. That's why we're leaving white civil society and creating our own spaces. That is not what the 1AC is asking us to do. That's probably the implicit decision of what the 1NC's alternative is attempting to probably say. So again, it's not that you have like this illusory conception of what that may look like, but I think there's a lot of stuff here that needs to be kind of fleshed out. I don't think that's what the Back to Africa movement was, and I don't think it's even really failed per se. And if anything, it just proves that blackness is doomed within white civil structures. And I think that is a question that they're far ahead on that isn't addressed. And so if ontologically the black body is marked by its flesh, that's something that's really, really tough for me. Also within the 1AC, it's an entire performance about double consciousness. I think you all need to really take advantage of this. He says, no matter how much performative whiteness I have, I'm still marked by my blackness. That is an easy, obvious link that turns the 1AC. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So to me, that's kind of an issue that I think is a fatal flaw in the actual performance. If that makes sense. If you have any questions, let me know.
I don't see the round very much differently. I think the first thing that I have to do is resolve what teams are debating and what teams are doing parley. I think that both teams are doing that. I think that even if there's some risk of the negative spreading or using little A's and little B's and little C's, there's still participation within a structure that can never be anything but the system of oppression, that's the only history that informs it, that is still the way that we organize speeches, that is still the way that we label things, which seems to suggest that there's no way to be outside of it, at least for the purposes of this debate round. It's then only then a question of, once both teams are debating, is one team debating in a way that is productive and reforms it, or should one team debate in a way that can end it and can make it go away? I don't have a really sufficient defense of why being pessimistic towards these questions would be bad, other than the preclusion of doing things like the affirmative. I think there are a couple of arguments against that. I do think that this back to Africa argument could have been quite good, but I actually do have an ammo response to it, saying that saying the system is bad and not exist is not a reason that you're trying to get out of anything. It's that no one should be in this thing because it's all bad, which seems to resolve a fair amount of this offense. Additionally, as long as they are willing to make the claims that there isn't a way for this space to not operate widely, particularly because that's the entire way that it's been informed and constructed, seems to suggest that that would be a reason that people should not be inside of that in a particular way. I also think that the neg is ahead on warrants for why working within the system produces power dynamics similar to the status quo, where a society can deem and render black bodies socially dead and replicate all of these sort of problematic impacts, which I think is a very easy and intuitive extension from your arguments about your experience trying to work within politics and that never producing something that makes it better, and how you would need a space as distinct from, in this case, police coming in that would ever allow that to actually occur. I think that also the arguments that there isn't a way for us to evaluate what this white civil society will actually do because it's so irrational, unknowable, and doesn't ever have to really justify itself, and there isn't really a lot of predictability to assume that even if there was something good in this particular instance, that would spill over in any way or make it very much better. I think there's a lot of arguments that say the existence of the system is a prerequisite towards understanding how self-determination and autonomy could actually occur, which means that I think that it is a prior question to get rid of the whole system before any real reforms would go very much further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One other thing for
great job.
Concordia.
Really appreciate
When I
it.
heard new sheet the MO, I would have bet any amount of money it was STEM, critiquing the use of the word freshman in the MG.
Sure.
That's just something to keep an eye out for, particularly in this debate. At the very least, it undercuts their solvency and their conclusion. At most, it's straight offense against the case. It could be like a way out of the debate.
Yeah,
So that's like a strategic thing to keep up.
That was a mild consideration.
Yeah.
Hey.
far as like watching it, that's like the song like kept playing. It's like this is our song for the tournament. That's a song that they had for this things like championship tournament.
Okay.
So like the Magic Dragon song.
Yeah.
So like Rob takes it religiously.
Studying.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to take that as a surprise. Let's see if I can take it.
I don't think it's like theoretically.
Yeah, I think we should. Surprise.
Yo.
We have a doozy this round, Tiffany. We have a doozy this round. Judging. That's how you in Victoria.
It's like they were all fast asleep when I left. Like, good.
It's like, debating. Dude, that's probably not healthy. You know what's not healthy? Not talk about it. Zero talk.
You weren't like that.
Oh, no. Yeah, we're all good. Sweet. Hey, so my computer's in here somewhere. Oh, wait, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna put away yours.
Oh my lord. Have you guys do I'm so excited to do this. Why didn't you get one? Yeah, right.
Yo, do you have keys still?
Yeah.
That's in here. Wait, Tiff, can I use the car? Can Jose and I get food?
I have like certain people who have approval, like our other insurance that I can.
Who could drive us?
I think Weston, Justin, Shaylee, Ashley. Wait, I have approval? You took the house, right? No? Yeah. We're gonna keep on saying I don't.
You have to be 21 though, don't you? Or do you?
You need to be approved by like the state of Utah's
So if I took the test, am I approved? Is Jose approved?
Yes, like.
Like when I joined the team, I took the test. I don't know if it's the same test. Like driving? I took an online certification and I sent it in to Dr. Middleton.
Let me check.
Alright, cool. Let's check.
This is so good.
Yeah.
Is this Shiraz Arita?
I'm not trying to start.
Got it with black beans.
Like liability or whatever. Yeah, they have it here.
It's like $2
We do have $75 in video, and we bought two team meals. Like,
That is true.
I don't know.
We can't drive, it's okay, I'll just wait. It's no big deal.
I'm definitely happy I still have $50
Congrats.
Guys, we didn't anything that was scary. Like,
I don't have $50
now
left.
you question everything.
I had $50 left.
That's the one tiny small tattoo.
Maybe we can find some place that doesn't put $10.
No thanks. No tattoo that's $10 I want on my body. Also, we probably just shouldn't spend per diem on tattoos. Is there a round in this room? Do we know? Yeah. That makes sense, because Guillermo.
Yeah, he's they're about to go.
Wow, that was really impressive.
Thank you. I feel validated.
Yeah, like
That's just what I needed.
your prediction skills at this tournament on point. Like, I really bet not only like whoever wins this, next round, which is inevitably who you're gonna vote for.
Yeah, I'll be on top.
Yeah. They're gonna win the tournament. You feeling better? I think it's legit sriracha. I can be entirely certain of that.
Yeah, it's tasty.
Yeah, me too. God damn it.
What?
That's just another thing we gotta fix.
I'm not sure which one would fix me.
I'm gonna try to. Not most of the time, but like in instances like this, yes.
No. Did I tell you that the first time I ever had a bagel was when I was 17?
Wow.
Yeah. That's what happens when you have a father that's not crazy and doesn't want you to drink weights.
try to get food?
Jose.
Jose.
They're probably still out and about getting food.
Haven't talked to them since they took off.
really easy when it's over, you know, digital. Social media.
It's just annoying when I get 5 messages.
You can also block it. Just block them.
You around the job? Yeah, Judge. Where it starts. Yeah. Where you on? Judge name, open PR versus
When was topic? Oh, okay, so we got a while. What? Woo! Oh yeah, good news.
President Obama should report that Edwards stuff. Cool. I feel like with the panel, I'm gonna hear about the topic. Very much. That's true. That's actually probably beneficial for your rest.
We're good for the middle bracket. That's my job. Whoa, that is a funny panel. This room. Holy shit.
I really hope Spencer Shanks and Kyle Cheatright go the same thing.
The Mayans were right.
I wonder if there's anything that those two humans agree on. I'm sure at some level there is, but.
Yeah, I mean, they probably agree that they're both human. Maybe. Nah, probably not. She's right.
She's right, probably. Come on, let's be honest. She's right, so
Just like President Obama and Janet Yellen, federal reserve.
And Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping, it's all of them. It's all the leaders, all of them.
Larry King.
Yeah.
I found an article that Obama's a time traveler. Like it's from
Yes.
the BBC.
That's awesome.
That's actually the basis of my conspiracy app that I ran in LP.
That hard.
Yeah, I triple qualified for LG Nats on that. I ran that on the app and then congressional suicide with a simulation disad on the day.
Jesus. Alright. Not gonna be iced coffee, but it will be. Mixed with Baja Blast residue. Yeah, that's the round I'm watching.
Oh, I'm watching that.
Yeah, I'm coming too.
I feel like everyone's gonna be watching.
Yeah, man, that means I have to be late.
No pressure. Don't fuck up.
I thought that was gonna be fun.
Yeah.
This is the final round.
Does the round start?
Hold up. For topic. 20 minutes. Oh, pardon Edward Snowden. This will be fun.
This will be fun. Do you know who's asked in the Concordia round?
Concordia. On both counts. 23-25.
This is definitely.
I was like, yes? Trick question?
Got my intentions.
Well, unless I failed, like math, I count 7. Cool. Got you.
Jethro, cheese right, Shanks, all the rest of the, oh, there were 7.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're good.
Nice. Great.
I did so good at this.
You're really good at
Matt is killing it.
Like how we have the cheese right and Joe Pro table.
Yeah, because we're all the idiots.
That is true.
I'm gonna say it's team hair.
Glorious team.
That was way too fat. I don't even know how to deal with that. Okay, is everyone ready?
Go for it.
Topic is that President Obama should pardon Edward Snowden. You're going to be looking at this through the lens of net benefits as a policymaker. Background point. First background point under here is that there is actually a current petition that's going on to not only have the plan passed, specifically the American people are looking to have Edward Snowden be brought back in. Second argument under here is that Snowden specifically says he wants to return to the United States. Plan is the res. President Obama should pardon Edward Snowden. President Obama should pardon Edward Snowden. You got a copy of it like 20 minutes ago. Soft power, advantage 1. A's uniqueness. The first unique point under here is U.S. political and cultural viewings right now on a global scale are specifically on the brink. The little A point under here is that they have been specifically informing not only the ways that we interact with other countries, but how they view us. The little B point under here is that the United States is looking to gain support from the European countries specifically because of our policies and not only for things such as basing rights, but flyover zones as well. The second argument we have under here is that soft power is on the brink. The little A point under here is the global opinion on the United States, specifically in regards to surveillance policies, is specifically suffering because they're viewing the United States as a police state in this instance. A little B point under here is that they are questioning this idea that they're questioning why they're siding with the United States due to surveillance. A little C point under here is that President Obama's foreign policy not only has it been going to countries and having different interactions, he specifically outlines that one of the main concerns they have is security. Second. The second unique point we have under here is that Jim Crow law, specifically Jim Crow international law, specifically proves the politics that we have right now, that our international policies affect the way that we have foreign policies. The little A point analysis we have in here, specifically we looked at Cold War example, is the idea that we had when we had the Cold War with Russia, we specifically were not able to expand not only our democratic policies, but we're not able to expand the democracy. The little B point analysis we have in here is that this is currently going on in the situation that we currently have going on with Edward Snowden. It's the idea that we have such such undemocratic policies in terms of surveillance, mean that the countries are looking and questioning us. The third unique point under here is that the American people right now don't want the NSA to be spied. The little A point under here is that in August 2003, a Gallup poll found that 29% of people were willing to sacrifice security for civil liberties, but by 2009, 41% of Americans specifically said that they never even heard of the Patriot Act or read it. The next little warrant we have is that 45% of the people, though, argued that we should argue that this was an infringement of personal rights. This was even after the Boston bombing that occurred. Links. First link under here is that perceptually Obama passing the plan is one of the most important things because Obama petitioning is going to be key for a few reasons. The little A point under here is that this is not only perception of that he is not only the leader of the United States, specifically perceptually this will be strongest, but the little B analysis that we have on here is that because one of the largest controversies that he even mentioned, saying that this is one of the largest controversies of Edward Snowden, meaning that it's the biggest issue because he's been the forerunner of this conversation. The second argument under here is that this specifically allows for the altering of future policy. This is the idea that this is the first step we have to take to change not only the way in which we have surveillance policies, that this is the first thing that has to go. Internals. The first internal link under here is the soft power is essential to U.S. power projection, specifically for not only for basing rights but flyover zones as well. A little A point under here is that soft power right now is not only not able to stretch through the United Nations. We specifically outlined the example of the Turkish Parliament in '91. Specifically, not only did the United States have one of the strongest UN standing, even though we had a strong standing, Turkish Parliament still shut the United States out of having basing rights because of impacts that we have on liberty. The little B point under here is since the Americas right now is showing that we have a military force as opposed to having a more soft power stance, specifically countries are going to shut us out. It's the idea that we won't be able to have access to not only basing rights, we specifically outlined Germany as a country, we'll get to them later. Second argument. Second argument we have is that this will destroy U.S. relations with Germany specifically. The little A point under here is Germany has not only said that spying is not only bad, but spying the U.S. does is specifically problematic at the point to where they do the policies that are harmful to international relations. The little B point under here is that they have even argued for a no spy agreement between the countries. Third argument is Germany's key to Iran. Specifically, they are right now it's low due to the spy that's been occurring. Little A point here is that they're key to Iran because they are key not only for concessions that are happening, but for talks to actually allow the United States to have talks with Iran. Impacts. First impact we have on here is that soft power is specifically good. The little A point in here is the idea that not only does this give us access to basic rights, the idea that in Afghanistan, the reason why we're able to have such a large, the reason why we're able to have such powerful base rights because of the soft power. Little B point in here is the idea that U.S. politics is not only important for basic rights, also important for things such as trade as well, meaning that this will open more realms for trade. Second impact is going to be U.S. hegemony. The little A point under here is that this is important for U.S. Navy. Specifically, we outlined the South China Sea not only is important for the United States to have strong hegemony for the South China Sea region. This means that the United States have to maintain strong hegemony. The little B point under here is that this is also important for nuclear proliferation, not only for situations like Iran, but North Korea as well, meaning the United States has to maintain hegemony. The little C point under here is that if the United States were to lose its hegemony, that means there would be a large power vacuum. Other countries like China and Russia would be trying to fill. The little D point under here is that this also is important for food, giving food to individuals, specifically not only for food but basic human rights support. The third impact we have on here is Iran proliferation, specifically with curfew. We're not past plan because this means that Germany's not going to go with the United States concessions, meaning that Israel proliferate. We specifically the little B on here is we outlined if Israel would proliferate, this specifically lead to a scenario where not only would this go nuclear in the Middle East, specifically lead to miscalculation. Advance 2. A is unique because the NSA surveillance is still legal in the United States. It's kind of a dub, but the little 2 under here is that NSA currently has a mass oversight. The little A point under here is that not only did Congress not know about the policies that the NSA has done, but the little B point under here is this massively decrease the United States' credibility because they specifically have shown that there is a conflict in the government. The little C point under here is that we specifically show that the NSA still has bad policies. Not only do they violate the rights of individuals, but they have not changed. The second unique point, the third unique point have it in here is that U.S. surveillance is modeled. NSA surveillance is specifically modeled international. Little A point in here is in New Zealand. Specifically, models and mass surveillance. They have mass surveillance of countries surrounding them. The little B point in here is the Solomon Islands. Specifically, model the X key score, which is what the United States uses to basically do check on things that you Google. Basically, the B's and links. First link on here is that the AF is a public perceptual shift from the NSA. A little 2 under here is that Snowden conflict is one of the biggest reasons for discussion, meaning that this would change that. Internals. First internal link we have under here is that other countries are basically going to spy more because they're going to follow the policy of the United States. Second internal link, this increases tension. Not only does this increase tension, this increases protectionism specifically and will allow for more trade policies to come up. And this allows for more spying to happen. D is the impacts. First impact on here is specific protectionism, specifically bad because it leads to economic collapse. It leads to an increase in pricing of goods, which means that we see millions of individuals lead to starvation. The second argument we have in here, spying can be bad for reasons of agency.
Okay, it'll be 2 off.
Are any one of them okay?
Nope.
Okay.
And the F, in the order it was read. We need this.
Am I going to need another, do I need top case or a sheet on top case?
No.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Wait. Yes
sorry.
or no?
Yes.
Let me explain it.
Okay. Yes, 2 off. Top case, the background page. There'll be some stuff there that it's just more generic. Then advantage 1, then advantage 2.
You just signpost when you get top case.
Yeah, of course.
I'd like signposting at each page.
Ideally. Worst case scenario, just top case would be cool.
All right. Anyone not ready?
Excuse me.
Nice.
On video.
All right.
Guess that's where you're voting for them.
Yeah. Just one. Disintegrate politics, aims to defeat Obama's political capital key to preventing a veto-proof majority on the Iran nuclear sanctions bill in the status quo. The first time the Coker nuclear bill will not have a veto-proof majority in the status quo. Someone ended this at on March 11th, the Christian Science Monitor said that 65 senators are currently in favor of the bill, but that's not a super majority. Little B is that there's a breakdown. Only 3 more senators' votes are needed to get access to a super majority. The 2 is the Democrats showing deference to Obama right now, which means that we will not pass. Someone ended that last week 6 Democratic sponsors agreed to push back on McDonald's attempt to fast-track the bill, McConnell's attempt to fast-track the sanctions bill, indicating that sanctions bill is not going to be fast-tracked right now. Simply B is that after a closed-door meeting with the President, Robert Menendez, a Democrat sponsor of the bill, and 10 of the matter, Democrats agreed to not support the bill. Simply C, Senator Kristen Gillibrand stated that the President believes that sanctions are will harm negotiations, and I want to give him more time. That's the links. One Obama will look on international relations. Someone that he looks like he's this is exactly what he's being critiqued for on Iran, right? It looks like he's prioritizing high-minded ideals over security concerns, which is exactly what he's been critiqued for previously. Someone it looks like it's censored to Russia. Right? So it's going to be being sheltered by Russia right now, indicating that it's looking like we're just bowing down to Russia. The two is that the same that it's modern Democrats, multiple reasons. Someone A is that Clinton literally criticized Stone for not using proper channels and defending our security program, indicating that Democrats writ large want to rally around Hillary Clinton when Nestle go to her. Someone B is that Dianne Feinstein stated on June 2013 that Stone was guilty of treason. Simply see that Ben Cardin, a Democrat from Massachusetts, said that Senator clearly violated the laws, and this is a serious issue. And Senator D, Simply B, that Senator Kristen Gillibrand literally said that the leaks were criminal and that these are unacceptable. We said that all of these mean that Obama will necessarily create a schism in the party if he does the plan. Your question?
Could you summarize your second link like in a concise sentence?
Yeah. You alienate modern Democrats because this plan is a bad idea.
Okay.
Cool.
That was the third link.
Yeah. And 3. The plan is incredibly unpopular. Subpoint A, no American likes a traitor. These ideas that the American people writ large do not believe that that Snowden is somebody that has the best interests of their party mind. The Democrats are trying to rally around the campaign and rally around American interests in order to be able to succeed. They're rallying them cooperatively, more hawkish Hillary Clinton in order to guarantee their long-term longevity in office. The internal, the first that talks will not succeed. The status quo someone has to carry just with Switzerland. After a moderate law talks indicate the talks are ongoing and happening right now. Subpoint B is that Iran's nuclear chief Ali Akbar stated that literally today, 5 hours ago, that they've already agreed on 90% of their technological issues, indicating that this is a terminal unique to stumper for all of your Germany arguments, because Germany's part of the talks, and they've still agreed to 90%, indicating soft power is not critical to resolve this policy, means that any risk you collapse this must mean that you probably turn the tide of the app. Now, the second is the sanctions will not collapse talks, that someone it sanctions Iran almost immediately, or threatens Iran, which we say is unacceptable to Rouhani gone to power on a modern platform and negotiating with the West, and sanctions lifted, indicating that it looks like no matter what he does, he will still get punished, he will never go along with sanctions, and the 3 argument underneath is that this leads to proliferation. You've already done that work for us. Israel does the first strike, which is to a massive war. The impact of the first is Israel and Iran would be really, really bad. The first, it would kill thousands of people on the ground. The second impact, at least, is they will draw Russia in on the side of Iran, and Israel and the United States would be on the other side, and there would be a large global war, which leads to extinction via your own impacts. All right, this set 2 is allies. You just
Is what?
Allies. 1. The U.S. has condemned Snowden and efforts to ensure that the leak is only a one-time deal. Someone A is he's currently hiding from the United States. We don't actually know even where he is within Russia. Someone B is we've constantly condemned this. Has been on foot. She says that Snowden is a traitor and to say that this is a bad idea. Someone C is Obama banned the NSA from spying on foreign leaders. He scaled back the NSA and increased security protocols. All of these guarantee that there'll be no further leaks. We've reined in the most worst abuses. This is a terminally school-solved argument for the entirety of advantage too. Also, we say the two arguments the United States does counterinsurgency with tons of different other countries. Someone A is that the NSA leak placed Israel's security NSA leak revealed a document wherein U.S. security officials literally say that we prioritize Israel's security over our own, indicating that we have a strong security relationship with them right now. Point B is that Francis Taylor, Secretary of Intelligence and Analysis, concluded an agreement with Canada, the UK, New Zealand, and Australia to check international movement of perceived non-state actors, which includes a deal where these countries would share 3,000 different fingerprint records and 12,000 different biometric data on suspected non-state actors. The 3 arguments security ties to allies are strong right now. So point A that we are working closely with the EU on Russia. We also sharing communication too, and sharing a common stance on whether or not we were given lethal aid to Ukraine. We are currently on lockstep with the EU. Some of these are cooperating on ISIS right now. The United States is the head of an international coalition that is bombing the crap out of ISIS and doing a really good job of it. And we have high cooperation on our hedges. Actually doing pretty good right now. Some of that we are setting arms and have joint defense exercises with and multiple different countries in East Asia. And we have defending our allies right now. The links. First, the plan encourages leaks. Support A, we are indicating that it's not that leaks are a problem. We're also literally saying, hey, go ahead, keep leaking data. Support B is the bill that's also proceeded, even if we're not actually doing this. We're literally saying that the United States just valorized the fact that the petition literally says that Eric Snowden is a hero, and that's the narrative that gets bought up. The 2 is that we said the mix of the United States cooperation is simply impossible. Support A, the leaks contain damaging information about their allies. It indicates that we do not value the concerns of our allies, nor is it possible to have any discussion private, right? Diplomacy works because you can come into the table in a private closed-door meeting, offer things that you might not be willing to say publicly, and then work back from there. If you can't have anything be private at all, that means it's not possible to have normative diplomacy with the United States. The 3 would the United States would necessarily be abandoning all traditional concepts of international relations. The little it looks like we're caring more about human rights than safeguarding or protecting our own interests or the interests of our allies. So it means we're not predictable any longer, right? The reason why mutual destruction and other principles are so great is because there's very, very few assumptions. That the nations have their own rational security interests in mind, and that's the top priority. If it looks like we're protecting human rights over that, it's really not impossible to assess what the United States will do in any other scenario. All predictability thus is off. The internalists, the first time the cooperation is key to checking the violence of the balancing act. Someone the intelligence sharing is critical to something where plots and movements are. Someone be it the intelligence also critical to avoid civilian casualties, so we don't just make racist assumptions about who what people we're striking and what they look like. Your question.
So you're saying we pardon Snowden and everyone freaks out and starts leaking info.
Our argument is that it looks like the United States doesn't care about the rules of diplomacy any longer. See the links. Cool. 2. U.S. dependability is key to checking ally perception. Securities, the security guarantees are critical for East Asian countries in order to understand, for them to figure that they do not need to proliferate. Some of these, the military ties are critical to checking behavior of Israel and Saudi Arabia. Negotiations with Israel and Iran only work in order Israel perceives our commitment is legitimate. 3 is the United States deviates security norms, collapses deterrence, and makes it totally unpredictable. We see that all assumptions are based on the rules of the games of national policy that thus collapse. That's the impacts. First, as violent non-state actors, we see the terrorism is unique bad. You would give up most of this impact to the terrorists attacking the United States. We're only to a retaliatory war when we would kill hundreds of thousands of people. That's what we did in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. To kill the massive numbers of people would die in adventurous wars. And 2 is and also turns case we probably become much more draconian and have much more security standards, i.e. the Patriot Act happened after 9/11. The 2 is ally free. We see the case and Saudi Arabia will probably invest in starting proxy wars with other countries. And Saudi Arabia would be invested in starting proxy wars with other countries in a world where they believe the United States does not have a security guarantee with them. They will turn to running supplying non-state actor networks. This will also mean the countries will proliferate, will isolate. Japan is being uniquely threatened by China right now and perceiving that they want to feel like this is necessary and need to. So Shinzo Abe has floated the idea of writing the Constitution indicating that you will perceive this maybe an idea that the United States is not a suitable security guarantee. Nah, that's sufficient. All right. Okay, don't need that. Go to advantage 1. All right. First argument is Merkel got over this shit, right? It happened in 2013. She does not care about this any longer. All of your arguments are predicated off of the leak that happened in 2013. No one still cares about this. Your uniqueness is just old, bro. The next argument is that you say that the Cold War did not have democratic policy. The plan doesn't change any laws in any way, shape, or form. The status quo has already resolved all these impacts. This has already been changed in the status quo. You look, you see that there's no controversy any longer. See that Obama has already said that Snowden was actions were illegal and a threat to domestic security. You flip-flopping on this probably triggers all the links to our allies. It said, and on the internal arguments, the first argument you say that means Germany for basing. No, we don't have any bases in Germany. That's nonsensical. The spying is problematic because we have a non-spying agreement. We already passed that non-spying agreement with Germany. Also, the old argument still applies here. On the impact argument, so the soft power is only credible in the world organized perceived as a rational actor, which was that trumps all of these arguments. Now on to your arguments on advantage 2. All right. First time, there's no risk of economic collapse in the world where this happens. Protectionism is going on for a long ass time. No risk to you. Get to terminalize it. There's a massive terminal jump. Do not give them access to this. All this makes not terminalize it to anything. Do not give this thing. They run out of time to get here.
Okay. Order will be case in the order of advantage 1, advantage 2, and then.
Hit topic case 2.
Okay, yeah. Topic. Advantage 1, advantage 2, topic case. This adds. In order.
So you have ticks and analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
And just get this here. Alright, I assume everyone's ready then?
Yep.
We are the head on the link debate in today's debate round. Let's go down to the advantages. You say that Merkel, this happened in 2013, Merkel's got over this. The problem is that we do not just isolate Germany, we isolate many EU nations specifically that have ongoing support in order to decrease the amount of spying. Look, the issue is not that they feel like the United States is not secure this information. They're mad that the EU is backstabbing and spying on them continually. It's not like we stopped spying on EU countries after the Merkel incident. It's just that the political capital is currently on the brink now. We make specific arguments of how the risk and how Obama's already said security is low now means that your arguments just don't make sense. I want you to extend the subpoint B on the third argument about how soft power is on the brink now, where Obama says they already have low security. The point where Obama's admitting that security is low now, all of your scenarios should have happened because EU countries are already aware that leaks could happen, which means that the only probability in today's debate round is that the reason why these issues are going on is because of the fact that they feel like the U.S. is untrustworthy and unreliable. It was a much better scenario. Intelligence is always going to be iffy, but in a world where you can't trust your allies, it's a much more reliable scenario for soft power collapse. You say that Obama's going to be flip-flopping, but the problem with this is a couple-fold. The first is that nobody likes the NSA, specifically the European Union has come out against him. Switzerland is planning on providing him asylum, which means that there is a strong precedent against the NSA now, which means Obama will look like he's coming clean and being more honest. In a world where he's already lied about spying on Merkel, he's probably flip-flopping. He's probably not going to be the unique link that turns this entire advantage. You also go for this is not a real the Cold War Jim Crow scenarios don't apply, but you don't do any analysis on this. I want you to prefer our more specifically how we had to cooperate. We had to specifically cooperate. When we did not cooperate on local issues, it made us look untrustworthy, which means that we were not able to get access to basing rights and other soft power issues. What?
Extend the link of perception. This makes us look like we got
go to the
security
links.
back in our hands.
Go to the links. First of all, extend the arguments that Obama is key because it's perception that Obama is taking control of the situation and admitting the shortcomings that are already evident to everyone in the international community except for us. Right now, Obama looks like he's being stubborn and refusing to admit he's wrong, whereas now it looks like Obama's coming clean, which means much more likely that we're going to see change. Additionally, I want you to extend the what?
It's the argument we look stronger.
Yeah, and also extend the argument that this allows for passing of future policies. It makes the United States look perceptionally stronger because the United States is not just admitting that it has faults, but working to reform them. Go on to the internal links. I want you to extend the 91 Turkey basin rights. This is key because it shows that nations will stop working with us in a world where we are dishonest, even if we have a lot of missiles and a lot of tanks. Extend the impacts. Sorry, we're both going for the same impacts. On page 2, then I say that. Well, you don't get here with enough time. I want you to extend the. I want you to go to the argument specifically about how protection has been around for a long time. Argument. This is uniquely untrue. EU has decreased the amount of protectionism intra-EU over the past 20 years. Additionally, new trade agreement specifically with the WTO means that foreign direct investment in the United States is at an all-time high now, meaning that your protection environments, which is not true, which means that we don't have a propensity to prevent there from being trade war. We'd argue that trade wars is an internal link to making their disads inevitable.
Extend the modeling argument.
Also extend the modeling argument that other nations will model us, which means that places around the world become more protectionist. They just don't get here enough time to give you an independent voter on the PMR. On the background, I want you to extend the argument that people are specifically looking for a downsizing of the NSA. And what we can add to this specifically is that 55% of Democrats and 70% of Republicans say that they do not trust the United States' current surveillance policies, which means that you're not going to win on the TICS debate. Let's go there. On TICS. On TICS, Obama's capital is really low now. He has a 46 approval rating, which is the lowest 7 months. Additionally, also, we say that the Republican letter undermined his Iran project significantly, meaning that his approval, that his capital is low. Additionally, we'd argue that the next argument we're going to go for here is the Iran argument. Let's see, bipartisanship blowing. No, just go to the internal links. No, sorry, the links. On the links. The first link is that your scenario will never happen because this bill. Let's see, the bill won't pass, and that bill will pass later. Okay. So your argument that the bill won't pass now, the problem is the bill will never pass without a supermajority. Obama will always veto it because he's a lame duck president, has nothing to lose, which means there's absolutely no risk of your scenario happening. Additionally, the turn to plan will incentivize us Republicans to vote for it, that the Democrats not voting for it won't actually matter. Our warrant for this is that Rand Paul specifically supports this. He is the #1 runner in the GOP race. Additionally, he also controls the Tea Party, which means that you'll see other Tea Party candidates swinging over to the side of Obama. Additionally, the GOP specifically is against increased NSA surveillance. Specifically, the argument here is that 70% of Republicans believe that the NSA is overstretching. Additionally, there's a no link here. Democrats do not like the NSA either. Over 55% Democrats say they do not like the plan. They don't isolate enough Democrats to show that the overwhelming Republican support for the plan will outweigh any Democrat. Though there's absolutely no reason why this bill that will not pass now passes.
Extend the drop perception link on Advantage 1. That makes us look strong. That gets
Yeah,
us out of
extend this drop perception link that Obama looks stronger. This will help increase his credibility, which means that we will have a much better access on this disadvantage to Obama having a winner's win scenario, which is our next argument. Turn this idea of winner's win that Obama looks stronger, he's able to push more of his policies and make sure that these issues go through and that the further sanctions are not passed. Go on to the internal links. On the internal links, we better control the internal link in today's debate round because Germany cooperation is ultimately key. They point out that Germany cooperation has been helping, that they are 90% through with negotiations. The deals Germany pulling out now would be especially detrimental at this moment. They try to say that just because the deals are almost finished doesn't mean that we don't need Germany anymore, but they don't provide any warrants for this. We prefer our analysis specifically on how Germany is a key third party in negotiating these deals and negotiating where uranium is going to come from in the world post-theory negotiations. We're both going for pro-lift, so I think we have a better answer there. On this too.
Wait,
what?
Can you make turns that U.S. Hedge would be able to check back for all?
Okay, good one. Go back to the internals. On the internals, the first argument is that U.S. soft power is key to checking this back. So the U.S. soft power of the United States has a strong international support. It's less likely that Israel is going to go with war to Iran. People may argue that Israel is an irrational actor, but in a world where the United States looks strong, specifically are giving them the Iron Dome, help say a lot of fears there. Also, the Israeli elections are happening now, which means that in a world where Obama does this now, it will look like a more stable world, which means that it's less likely for Israel to vote in a way that is going to be increasingly power projecting and threatening, which means that it is, we can always fall back to this. Additionally, also, your war scenario only relies on a scenario where the United States is weak internationally, but when it's strong internationally, Israel will feel like it doesn't have to first strike. Alright, disadvantage 2. Well, there's no uniqueness for this on disadvantage 2. Go to the uniqueness. The Chelsea Manning case should have really set this off in a world where tons of documents that were key to national security were leaked. This is much different from the Snowden case, which we only talked about surveillance. Realize the Snowden case is extremely different. Snowden only revealed stuff that was privy to the information about the NSA spying on people. It did not reveal any secret documents that affected anyone abroad or affected other people. The Chelsea Manning case certainly did, which means all your disadvantage scenarios should probably have already happened, but they didn't, so, well, okay. Next argument. You talked about specifically how all these things were banned in the past. How it was banned. The first problem is the status quo doesn't solve this. You make indications that this should solve things, but the thing is that the majority of people do not A, like the NSA, or B, think that it's solved back. Go on to the next argument. They say that security allies are key. Our first argument is, are unique questions answer this back? The idea that there needs to be securitization between ISIS and Russia. We make arguments that right now our allies who are allied in order to prevent Russian aggression and aggression regarding ISIS are currently on the brink now on our advantage, which means you should refer us on the advantage question first on the question of the advantage. Our security, you can win arguments that security and cooperation is happening now, but we're winning brink arguments to why it's going to fail in the near future. Links. On the links, you don't solve back for this. Our first reason why first argument is that we increase transparency about surveillance. This is key because the real reason why people are not willing to work with us is because we are not transparent, not because it's worried that we're going to leak information. It's that we're going to backstab them, which is a better link argument, which is why we get access to this link in turn. Next argument is that Snowden did not release information that hurt anybody's international relations specifically. It only released information about spying, which is probably pretty interesting to Merkel, seeing that she was spied on personally, which means that this doesn't decrease the amount of hope for cooperation, but increases it. Actually, the next argument is Obama says that that's fine. We don't need that. On the internal links. On the internal links, there's no internal links for this specifically because of the fact that we can only increase confidence now. Where Obama said that our intelligence was low early, which means we get access to the entirety of the internal link scenario. We just turn the dissad easily.
Okay, the order is dissad 2, politics, half in order.
Can you give me like 1 sec? Yeah. Just to make sure you have that. So it's allies, ticks. Do I need top of case?
The solvency sheet? Yeah, I guess you do. Go ahead
Okay.
and slip that in front of everyone.
Sure. Then soft power NSA.
Yep.
Okay.
This one.
Sure.
Everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
On the allies, said we're not going for this position. There's no offense in it. You can send it. Status quo is unable to solve, but I want you to extend all of the uniqueness that says that all of our security ties with allies are strong now. You've conceded that several countries are modeling the NSA. This indicates that they like the NSA and that they like the unique legitimacy that the American use of intelligence provides. And you've also conceded that this is necessarily critical for Russia because we are doing intelligence sharing on Russia and also for ISIS. Cooperation on ISIS. This is especially critical given that in the EU there are 28 countries that are currently working on an information sharing agreement. This would necessarily not be credible in a world. These will all be turns on your soft power advantage, and they will be cross-applied there. Additionally, you can extend their own argument that securitization is necessarily key. Their only answer is that the quo does not resolve it. This is devastating for you, given that you have conceded that the U.S. will look irrational because they are prioritizing emotional things, which means that Israel won't rely on us, and they wouldn't necessarily have to first strike Iran. That gets us to your impact much faster. Politics. You say Obama's capital is low now because he has a low approval rating. The first argument is that his approval rating has been at its all-time high for the past few months, and it has only been increasing, which indicates that is fundamentally not true. But additionally, we say that his political capital is particularly key right now because he's doing baller on foreign policy. He has been negotiating the Iran deal, and he's considered and he said that it will be successful. The little B is that he negotiated the landmark environmental carbon emissions deal with China. The little C is that he passed immigration reform via the executive action. The little D is that he normalized relations with Cuba, all of which were heralded as massive accomplishments that indicate why people are willing to show deference to him, especially on foreign policy. You've conceded that his foreign policy successes are the reasons why Democrats are conceding. Now, drop down to extend the first argument that says there is not a veto proof majority in this quo. There are 65. Now, extend the little B argument that says that we only need 3 moderate Democrats to change their mind. We isolate those 3 specific Democrats in the link scenario, so we will get there. Next, you have conceded that the deference is only because of Obama's success in foreign policy. Menendez agreed to back off because of he thought it would undermine the Iran deal. And Gillibrand said that she wanted to give Obama more room on negotiations, which indicates that they all ideologically disagree with the plan and all ideologically want to sanction Iran. It is only a question of whether or not they believe Obama is credible enough to allow him some faith, and whether or not they want to alienate the credibility of the Democratic Party by going against him. What's up?
They said the letter undermined it. Iran responded by giving us a civics lesson, meaning that they don't think the threat is credible right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you that in a second. Drop into the links. You said that this will never pass without a supermajority. Yeah, that's our exact argument. It is not going to pass, and that's cool. But you create the supermajority. Now, the first argument that you can extend is it looks like Obama is prioritizing high-minded ideals. This turns the entirety of your advantage one independently because it means that Obama is not prioritizing security issues. He's uniquely deviating from issues like Russia and ISIS because now he's focusing on this. It's especially critical given that intelligence sharing has been isolated as key issues by the EU and NATO in terms of countering ISIS and Russia. Now, additionally, you consider that this means it looks like we're making a concession to Russia. Russia has criticized Obama over and over and over again, and for this, and it looks like Obama is suddenly flip-flopping and saying, never mind, Putin, you were right the whole time. You've got a great human rights record. This indicates that he does not look credible in foreign policy at all. On the third argument, this link is absolutely devastating for you. We said that you alienate Democrats. The little A is that Hillary said that Snowden is absolutely a traitor and should never be pardoned. The little B is that you conceded that Dianne Feinstein is a Democratic senator who said he is a traitor, and the Massachusetts senator and Senator Gillibrand. Those are the only three we need. There are 3 Democratic senators who said he is a traitor. He should not be pardoned. The only reason we are being deferent now is because Obama is kicking ass on foreign policy. Now there is no reason for them to go along with that. Now they have legitimacy to pursue their ideological desire to sanction Iran. Additionally, they all want to rally around Hillary because they wanted to win in 2016, and they don't want to make the Democratic Party look fractured, which means that even if it's just Hillary, they will still rally around her, and she will be able to persuade enough Democrats. Now, you just say turn that Obama looks necessarily stronger. You can extend all of the conceded links about why this makes Obama look weak. This is especially true given that he's conceding to Russia, and he's flip-flopping, and he's undermining all of the intelligence sharing things that are being modeled internationally. Now, all of your own turns are about Republicans, irrelevant. Republicans want to sanction Iran anyway. It is not a question of how they're relating to Obama. Rand Paul and the 70% of the Republicans who think the NSA are overstretched are irrelevant. Now, you conceded that the fourth plan is necessarily very unpopular with constituents, which means the people will rally around their public. Now, on the internal links. You've conceded that Germany is necessarily cooperating now. You said that they want us to, they don't want us to spy, but if pardoning Snowden were the internal link to Germany participating, then why would they have not already pulled out? If it had happened in 2013, why would Germany not have already been mad that we hadn't pardoned him yet? Why is doing it in the next few days necessarily critical? The talks will be concluded by March 24th, which indicates they currently are planning to stick along, and they're not waiting for us to pardon Snowden. Now, you have conceded that U.S. soft power is especially critical because it's more likely that Israel would necessarily strike in, you said that U.S. soft power is key, we necessarily turn this. Additionally, we say that hard power is a separate question. Hard power is a separate question, and it's only a question of whether or not Obama looks credible. Additionally, you've conceded that sanctions necessarily collapse talks, and it would make Rouhani look bad. Also, that means that he would be illegitimate as a moderate actor, which means that all of your democracy arguments necessarily be turned because it would lead to a crackdown, and you have conceded that this would lead to an Israel first strike because they would pursue them. You conceded that goes for extinction. Sovereignty. You say 55% of Democrats. What?
They say we gave Israel the Iron Dome and then the elections arguments.
Right. Oh yeah. You say elections won. The elections happened yesterday. This is absolutely relevant. But the second argument, the Iron Dome only looks credible in a world where they expect additional support from the U.S. and they think that the U.S. is a predictable actor that values security over human rights issues. That's especially true given that Israel has a shitty human rights record. They will slowly anticipate that the U.S. will not back them up in a world where it looks like we're prioritizing human rights. What?
The letter argument.
What?
The Republicans said the letter.
Right. You said that the Republicans made Obama most credible, but all of our arguments overwhelmed that. But additionally, this would look bad because it looks like he would be actually no. Everyone has criticized all of that letter. All mainstream media has said that it was incredibly terrible. No one respects the Republicans for doing that. It's not enough to overwhelm all of the other independent reasons why Obama is looking particularly credible. It's a question of foreign policy now, and it's also a question of Democrats now. You say that 55% of Democrats don't trust surveillance. That is irrelevant. It's not a question of whether or not they like the NSA. It's a question of whether or not they want Snowden to be pardoned. Many Democrats said that they want the NSA to be changed, but they still think that Snowden is a traitor. Advantage one. You said that all the EU nations are mad about hypocrisy, but that is fundamentally untrue. If that were true, then Germany would have already pulled out of the talks. And the next argument is that if that were true, then they would not be having a 28-country deal to increase intelligence sharing, which indicates that is fundamentally not true. But additionally, Germany and the United States are currently cooperating on Russia. Both of them are the hardest pushers for sanctions, and the EU is having a talk this Thursday to discuss the extension of sanctions on Iran, which indicates that there's no reason why they're not cooperating or a reason why somehow the NSA or spying is necessarily key. Also, you conceded that we already signed the deal with Merkel that said that we would not spy on her personally, which indicates that this is fundamentally irrelevant. Now, you said that Obama admitted that the country is low security. One, there's no way this is true. No president has ever gotten up and said our security is bad. Two, if that were true, you would have already independently collapsed American soft power and credibility. If a president got up and said we have no security, that would have independently tripped all of your links, and Israel would have already struck Iran because they would not have been able to trust us. Now, you said, let's see. You said, You said that Obama is not. You said that Obama is not the unique, not the unique link. We said that he necessarily is because he's the key actor on foreign policy arguments, which indicate that his credibility is necessarily key. But additionally, all of the arguments about why you would isolate the conflict that is happening over the NSA, you would cause the Iran, you would cause Congress to suddenly have a bunch of infighting about Iran sanctions, even though they were being previously unified. That would independently collapse credibility because it would make the government look incredibly fractured. Now, you say Turkey. No reason why Turkey bases are necessarily key. Additionally, the reason that we don't have those Turkey bases is because Erdogan wants to crack down and is increasingly doing autocratic policies that we have necessarily criticized him for, which indicates that the reason that he's not doing this is because he perceives that the U.S. is not prioritizing security in the status quo, which indicates that it is imperative that we check that. Also, there's no reason why Turkey is key. Now, your own impact is that if Israel proliferates, Iran will first strike. Israel has nuclear weapons. It's only a question of whether or not Israel first strikes, which means that that's your only impact scenario, which indicates that you don't get to it. The NSA. The EU has already included protections. Your own uniqueness indicates that countries like the NSA and are modeling it, which indicates that you don't get access to any of this, but also you have no link of how this somehow solves perception or how you somehow solve the NSA more broadly. You have no spillover links or how this gets foreign policy. Your collapse of credibility means not possible.
Cool. All right. Overview, disad, AF in order.
One more time. Matt?
Overview, disad, 1AC.
Alright.
Okay. Cool. Do you want the top?
No.
Okay.
Alright. Cool.
Yep.
Evaluate this debate through the lens of time frame. You've conceded analysis says that there is ongoing sanctions discussions that are happening literally today. That means that if there's any risk that Obama's credibility collapses, the bill will necessarily get passed through. That means that sanctions discussions that are 90% of the way done must fall through. That means that you will necessarily collapse around sanctions. That leads to the Israeli first strike scenario that we've all agreed goes to extinction. That's the fastest impact in this round. Also the fastest time frame of any possible link chain in this round. And you will evaluate that it comes first. We also say that Nestle time frame is off. It's this debate. Well, we're all dead. We can't resolve security concerns later. If we're all dead, we can't wait to resolve your nebulous impact scenarios about the economy on Advantage 2 later. It means that it's simply not possible to do anything about what you want to do, and what everybody said. That means extinction Nestle comes first if it happens faster. Now, politics aside. Oops, you didn't understand the disad, dog. We said that moderate Democrats are the ones that are currently showing deference. It's only a question of whether or not they're upset. We isolate 4 different moderate Democrats. One of them is a potential new presidential candidate who is all of whom are incredibly against the plan. We said Obama is looking like a badass in foreign policy right now. Margaret gives you 4 different warrants for that. And we tell you that those are probably going to be sufficient to overwhelm your partial defense argument about the Republican letter. We said that the fact that the talks have, the Kerry even resumed going to talks post this letter indicates that you were just wrong on this question. Now, the link v. link turn debate. You need to solve 100% of the AF in order for your link turn to make any sense. Obama must look good. Everyone must respond to the plan in a way that is positive and favorable. Everyone must say, yeah, United States, your soft power is now kicking ass because you put somebody in jail, or stopped trying to threaten somebody that you've been trying to put in jail since 2013, right? You have to do all of the AF in order for you to be able to get access to the link turn. And moreover, the only links you're going to read is that you would incentivize Republicans who obviously want to sanction Iran. That's been their get-go. You even read us the argument that 47 of them sent that letter, right, indicating the Republicans are not a question of this debate, it's just a question of the behavior of Democrats. You can see analysis that Democrats certainly do not like the plan. That means link will always outweigh the link turn, and the time frame of the link is faster than the link turn because you have to solve the AF in order for the link turn to work. On the internal link arguments. You're going to lean on these Germany arguments, but they've never made sense. If we've already gotten to the point of 90% of the way done, why would Germany be like, all right, deuces, y'all? Like, there's no reason why Germany's just suddenly going to pick now is the time. It makes literally no sense when the offense that you're talking about happened in 2013. It means that these inevitable claims that the F talking about do not get contextualized well enough to the internal link to make any sense. On your soft power arguments, again, cross-play analysis says that you have to resolve all of soft power for that to work. All of your arguments about deterring Israel only work in a world where the links are not already correct. Also, when we have the red line warrants in the PMC and the LOC about how the fact that allowing enrichment would necessarily trip the way to the red line. Also, when we've given you analysis that Israel has made it an existential issue, means it's always overwhelmed. You're going to go hard for these arguments that international support is key to checking Israel and the fact that we give them the Iron Dome. None of these are contextualized analysis in a world where all Iran talks just collapse outright. And where the internal link is true, all bets are off for what Israel thinks. That means immediately that happens, yeah? Cool. All right, advantage 1. All right, actually advantage 2, then advantage 1. My bad, yo. All right. No terminalized impact at any point to advantage 2. No time frame for the impact to advantage 2. No isolation of whose economy collapses, where the economy collapses, what it means for an economy to collapse. None of that happens. You just say protectionism happens and then suddenly there will be a collapse. That makes literally no sense. Also, given the analysis you've already given us the countries like this and model, it indicates there's no reason that you will be able to access this advantage. Advantage 1. All right. The only actual warrants you're extending in this shell are that Germany didn't like it. We've already done a lot of work on that to say that it's way too old, and Germany has just gotten over it. Merkel has made her peace with the fact that we spied on her a little. And we've already done a lot of work to tell you that the Turkey argument makes literally no sense in the context of the rest of the debate, right? Your only other argument is that Turkey, when we were securitizing about Turkey, they didn't let us use their bases. That is the only internal link in this entire shell, and that's from 1991. We say that there's no specificity for when your collapse scenario happens, no articulation of what it means for that collapse to occur, or no reason why it's going to happen faster than a disadvantage.
Okie dokie. The overview is going to, the order is going to be an overview on top. To make things easy, you can put it on the Allies disad. We'll go straight there. Then from there, we're going to go to the solvency, nope. We're going to go to the first advantage of soft power. Then we're going to go briefly top of the case, just a few analysis there. The ticks, and then advantage 2.
So advantage 1, top of case, advantage 2, politics.
No. Advantage 1, soft power, top of case, politics, NSA. Sorry. Disad. The Allies disad.
Okay.
Soft power, top, politics, NSA.
I understand. Thank you.
No problem. Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Cool. There are 2 reasons to vote for Concordia VV at the end of the day. The first reason is that is try or die for the affirmative. The SQUO cannot solve the Allies' disad. We're the only ones who can. But the second reason you're going to be voting for us is because our drop link scenario is just going to straight turn not only your politics disad, but we're going to just be winning the analysis debate on why Republicans will turn over. Allies. I want you to extend across the argument that the SQUO doesn't solve. I want you to also extend across the argument that we increase transparency, we look like we're not backstabbing the EU, and also extend the argument that we hurt international relations specifically because we look like we are not strong. I also want you to extend the argument we turn the disad. Probably means that we're going to be key to a few things. We'll see why. Soft power. We're flat out winning the soft power debate. Specifically, you say that Germany's not going to be an issue. I want you to go to the third internal link that we specifically have. We have the internal link that says Germany's key to Iran concessions. We argue that they're key to get concessions for the United States, and without the support of Germany, they're not going to have concessions. Your analysis on the difference between talks and concessions is not going to win you the debate, especially since we extended across in the MG. Problem means that we're going to win that for the United States to get specific concessions from Germany. They need to have a stronger alliance.
From Iran, you mean?
Sorry. They need to concessions for Iran. The United States needs to have a strong relation with Germany. Yes, talks are going to happen. It's a matter of who gets the scenario better. We argue your scenario relies on U.S. concessions, as does ours. The other thing I want you to go for, you argue that there's no low security. We argue there's low security right now. You say it's not true. We specifically want you to just extend across the argument that security is one of the main concerns of President Obama. That's all we're going for. I want you to extend drop links, especially that of perceptions, that specifically Obama will be key in this instance. You argue that his credibility will be key, and basically he's not going to be able to gain credibility. That's not respond to our specific analysis that Obama specifically takes in as key because he not only went and gave talks to me that this is going to be one of the most important things that he does. Extend across the internals. Specifically about why soft power is key. They just argued the Turkey example. We don't even need that. That was just an example in 91. I want you to also extend across the second and third internal link that Germany is specifically key. Go to the impacts, extend across the third impact that goes conceded. This means that Iran will proliferate. Probably means that this is going to lead to global nuclear war.
So a matter of time frame doesn't matter with inevitability.
Right. Time frame does not matter if the scenarios of talks not going well are inevitable. Right now, we're not going to get good concessions. We're not going to get the talks that we want. Means that we're going to inevitably lead to the Iran scenario, which leads to the Israel first strike. That is their entire advantage. Probably means you're not going to solve. Top case. Go to the top case. The only reason why I want this shows that not only do Dems and Republicans support the idea of NSA, but this is just going to be important later. Politics. You do not respond to JV's Republican arguments he makes. He specifically says that key Republicans like Paul Ryan will specifically not only turn and vote for the talks.
Against stopping this, more sanctions are stopping.
Yeah, he would vote against stopping more sanctions. This could be specifically key because this shows that this turns any of your arguments. We don't even care if we lose 3 Democrats. We argue we're going to pick up Republicans all along the way, meaning that we are going to be able to not only have talks, but the only way that we can gain is with a strong Obama right now, meaning that we are the internal link to your disadvantage from happening.
They make arguments the entire media backlash against the Republican letter. Only reasons why more Republicans who want to get elected will go onto
Only reason why more Republicans want to get elected is because they want to go on Obama's train, meaning that when Obama gains strength, that is the only only way that we can have your disad scenario specifically happen. We argue that perception is key. You never respond to this. You don't respond to this adequately, meaning that our link scenario is going to be devastating, especially because we are the only way to actually get good concessions, meaning that we are the only way that we can have talks. Look, they're disad. It does not matter how strong Obama is if Germany does not go on the concessions. We have to have the proper concessions, or their disad's inevitable. The only way we can have the good concessions is by voting by having Germany on our side. Germany's not on our side, no good concessions. You basically argue that Germany cooperation doesn't matter because the talks are already happening. Duh, you don't respond to our internal link scenario, especially with specifically where we look like, where we show that concessions are going to be key to this instance. We specifically want to go down to the impacts. We argue hedge is going to check back. Doesn't matter. We solve your disad better. I didn't say bad. We specifically outline not only the Solomon Islands, but we outline New Zealand as well, how these countries are modeling. We give look, this advantage is basically dropped. So there's an inevitable risk that New Zealand and countries in the Solomon Islands are going to go to conflict scenarios because they're going to increase spying. We give deep analysis on why they use not only U.S. ways of spying, but they use things like XKeecom. This is going to be important because this means that you just have a risk of having a collapse, and you have a risk of leading to countries having starvation. At the end of the day, it's pretty simple. The AF controls the concession debate. You do not respond to our internal links. Means the only way you can even have your politics realistically exist is in a world where we get concessions that Germany has to vouch for us. If we do not get Germany, which is what
I only have 2 seconds left, but I have the argument articulated as Germany pulls out. It's just a question of whether or not they pull out. I have nothing about Germany somehow persuades us to make concessions or Iran to make concessions at all.
Verbatim what I have written down on the third internal link of soft power, it says Germany key to Iran. Little A I have it's low due to spying. Little B is that they're key to Iran's nuclear concessions for the United States. It's literally what I have written down.
Sure, it's under consideration.
Yep. I have like 0.7 seconds.
Yep.
So half.
2 seconds. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Awesome. It is a 7-0 decision for the negative. From, sorry, I didn't look at the schools. I don't know which school where the negative is from. Somebody else does. So I'm going to go first, which is why I tried to talk first, so I can go first. For me, basically, I think what it comes down to is that the PMR, I think, essentially puts all of its eggs in the basket of Germany, key to concessions, key to Iran, sanctions, and all of that sort of stuff. And unfortunately, I have marked on my flow when y'all make these arguments that y'all assert it and then move on right out of the 1AC. I got big circled question marks, starting at Germany, key to concessions, and then moving on through the rest of the impact story. So for me, I don't have any specific reason coming from y'all, or at least that I catch, about why Germany would be key to like not pulling out, but what sorts of concessions we're thinking that they either get from Iran or from the United States. I'm not even totally clear on exactly what the story is for how Germany is going to be essential to what's happening with Iran. So because of that, I then go to the disad, the politics disad, and I think that the story that they're giving me, and this comes with a caveat, but the story that they're giving me is a lot more specific than the arguments that y'all are giving me about the GOP senators, or again, y'all are talking about the concessions from Germany and the hegemony checks. But I think that the arguments that y'all are giving me out of the that y'all are giving me on the politics disad are, again, kind of like the Germany thing, mostly assertions that I don't get deep warrants on, and I think that their story makes sense to me, that they're telling me that these 3 or 4 Democrats are critical to it because they think Snowden's a traitor and da-da-da-da-da. The caveat to this is, in this debate, I think y'all are being exceptionally clear, but not providing me with the warrants that I want to get. I think y'all are going really deep on warrants and giving me the debate going deep where I want, but I don't get a lot of clarity coming out of either speech. And so kind of what I mean by this is, like, on both disadvantages, I don't understand what the disad is about until I get the appeal or the point of, or the question that says, like, can you just explain this to me? And then you say, like, yeah, it's going to be really bad if we turn our back on, like, these security promises that we make. And then I was like, okay, well, now the rest of this argument is starting to make sense to me, what y'all are saying. This is probably something that's unique to me. I'm just not as, I'm becoming less and less tolerant of going faster. So I would say, just for y'all, if you have me at the NPTE in the back of the room, it never hurts to give me an explain like I'm 5 at the top of your position of any disad, all the disads, whatever. It doesn't have to take 6 seconds to say, just give me the one sentence that this is what this disad is about. And then when I start hearing the rest of your uniqueness arguments, I'll at least be able to filter them through what you just said, rather than, you know, in the first half of each of the disads, I'm kind of trying to catch up to, like, wait, who's what are we talking about here, and then I don't sort of figure that out later. Again, that's partially specific to me, and I'm probably stupid. So, other than that, do you have any questions that I can answer? All right, I'll stop talking now.
I saw this similar to how Luke did, but I think this was a lot closer than it should have been comfortable for you all, mainly because there was no offense on Advantage 1, which is why I just didn't think about it. So I think that you all win this debate have you made some different strategic choices. I think that you go for the wrong offense on the disad of Republicans rallying support that NEG is giving us out of the MOC, that Republicans are already supporting this. Had you gone for your last turn or expanded upon why solving soft power solves back this scenario, even if the sanctions are passed through in the PMR, just give me that explanation, you win, because they don't touch it. And aside from that, I think both teams need to do a better job of explaining the interactions between internal links, because the internal links and the impacts are the same on both. That's what both teams are going for. Without that explanation, I default a little bit, but not quite, to what the LOR is telling me, to look at time frame. Like, okay, when I think about this in my head, what's going to happen? There's this really abstract soft power story that the affirmative probably could solve for if they got to it in time, but the disad collapses soft power and everyone's dead by the time we could ever get to that. So even if you solve for your advantage, the disad happens first. Again, have the PMR done some explanation on that? I think you all are in this debate and you win.
Okay. Okay, I'll go next. I think I see the round fairly similarly. I actually can't really find an answer in the PMR to Germany's going to help out with their antalks in the status quo. They've gotten us 90% of the way there, and Snowden's been not arrested that entire time, suggesting Snowden is in no way the internal link to this. I think the arguments that this is not about pullout, it's about concessions, is a delineation without a difference rate, because I don't think that makes you get any uniqueness for why this would fail in the status quo on those sorts of issues, which means I think it's pretty fine. Also, I do have the MG rhetoric as this means they pull out as the phrasing of the link turn. Again, I don't think that ends up mattering, but I think that means that the answer is sort of not sufficient. That is the only thing that seems to be an impact in the round, is if Germany pulls out and Iran negotiations go away. So I think this row is probably a good place to be. On the disadvantage, there is no uniqueness argument that suggests that sanctions are coming in this row, so your link turn is at best terminally defensive. I think there is a significant risk that Republicans are already on board to sanction Iran, so even if they like the plan, I'm not sure why that means they would stop and get off that exact train, particularly that train, which is enough for me to believe the link turn. I also am susceptible to the link turn time frame the link time frame will trigger before the link turn, which is some pretty solid analysis in the LOR. I'm unsure why the magnitude of Republicans jumping on board, given you're conceding that this is one of the things they really like, makes that probable enough to disrupt that or overwhelm that. So I evaluate the link before I do the link turn. I think this row is sufficient to solve the issue.
For me, the debate largely comes down to an issue of warrant comparison. I think that the negative is doing a better job on warrant comparison in a variety of locations. I think y'all are running into some problems on the uniqueness for your soft power advantage. You're sort of going for this, Obama says security is the #1 problem. I don't know what that means per se, why it would mean our soft power is weak, and they also tell me that that is just not what happened, and that it would be unbelievable if it was, because then the advantage would have already been triggered. And I don't get any response to that sort of contextualization out of the block, so I think that you're in some trouble on the uniqueness question on the advantage. In terms of the Germany question, I think everyone's spoken to that particular warrant. I also think, politics just that was killing me, and I'll just be honest, it shatters my heart into 1,000 little pieces to vote Edward Snowden as a traitor, because bullshit, but, sorry. Keep going. But, in terms of the politics disad, I find it particularly hard to believe that moderate Dems like Dianne Feinstein are going to flip because of this policy, right? And I mean, you're isolating 3 Dems, and that's the number you need, and one of them is Feinstein. And just personally speaking, if for this scenario to really be powerful, I would probably want something a little more than that. Yeah. But it probably works out better in a variety of other debates. Because like Feinstein saying that Snowden is a traitor probably has more to do with the fact that Barack Obama thinks that than with her actual feelings about that issue. And I think you all let them kind of get away with murder on this question. The idea that these Dems are going to flip-flop on that because of Snowden seems hard to believe, just sort of from a doxaistic perspective for myself. And I also think that the Republicans flip-flopping could be something for you, but I would need a reason that they're going to flip-flop. Their response, I don't think you deal with this argument particularly well, because that's what they claim it's going to be, that these folks are going to flip-flop. Your answer is they already support this policy, that's why it would be a flip-flop. I think that that could have created more problems, but I don't have any reason why they would flip-flop on something that they already support or believe in, and so I think that's enough for me. At that point, I think the politics dissad is probably internal link turning soft power. And I don't understand the second advantage in particular, so it's hard for me to weigh those impacts. And it's a similar thing going on with the link turn story on the Allies dissad. You're like, this will be important. I don't have a contextualization of how that plays out throughout the rest of it.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
One thing that confused me in this debate round was the argument that Republicans are already in support of it, but then they turn around and say that they're on the verge of a supermajority. This argument confuses me. Like, how do you suggest I reconcile that in the MG? Because if Republicans support it, why? Like, I don't understand why there's a danger of a supermajority. If you know what I mean.
It would seem that Republicans would have to support it in order to get a supermajority, because Republicans are the core of that supermajority. And so they're saying Republicans support it means that they just need to flip the Democratic senators. I think this issue is not handled particularly well by either team, and I'm not 100% comfortable with my resolution of that particular question. I just think that if they already support it, I don't necessarily have a reason why they would flip on this particular issue.
Okay, thanks.
You won't find anything different than the email ballot I sent you. The only thing I would say is maybe consider thicker warrants if you could, and fewer subpoints. Like, you could roll in some of those arguments just under warrants and broader claims maybe, and that would make the story a little easier. And then also maybe just give me a chance to lift my pen up and listen to your argument a little bit. And that kind of, a lot of times the debate happens a little more in the head than on the flow sheet than one would think. And I think some of that may be true in y'all's case too. I mean, I don't think it's a speed question. I think it's just a question of me wanting to understand the depth of your argument from that perspective. So that's all I really have. The rest of it's all the same as everybody's blogged you about already.
So, good debate. I saw a lot of impressive things, so be happy about it. I think the rest of the panel determined dissad turns the case and happens faster, and that also resolves your inevitability claims, which are kind of the key framing issue you're relying on with PMR. The nexus question in this debate for me becomes whether the U.S. currently possesses sufficient German support in current Iran talks, and whether that will achieve what you say are the key concessions adequate to avert a conflict. I think that your strategy here relies on evaluating some very hazy issues of what would constitute sufficient German support, how that would impact their ability to favorably influence the negotiations, and whether or not that would be sufficient to acquire those key concessions. So a few problems are that there's almost nothing in terms of a metric for determining any of these things, how much support is necessary, or to substantiate whether or not the current support is not enough. I'm rather persuaded by they're actively participating in it right now. I don't know why that would be like a bad faith negotiation, or even if there is some marginal increase and like they ostensibly support the United States more, I don't know how it crosses the mind of a diplomat to diplomacy more in those negotiations that would make a meaningful difference and resolve it in your favor. Also, I think that you need to deal with the MO arguments at the top of the advantage a little bit better. They say that their participation in intelligence sharing agreements elsewhere indicates that their criticism of U.S. surveillance tactics is certainly not serious enough to make them obstinate towards shared foreign policy goals elsewhere, and that the issue's not key, it's old. It seems implausible that Snowden would cross somebody's mind, and that Merkel got a signed deal as well, so that should alleviate those concerns as well. Also, there's one argument that I think is rather significant in the link debate here, and that's that they have a comparatively better internal link, and I think that the LOR should highlight this more, that you have a scenario in which total collapse of negotiations would happen, which would signal no new deals coming in the future, which is like a far better internal towards an Israeli red line than I think they didn't get certain concessions that they might have wanted. And so I think that that probably complicates the way they want to evaluate probability in this debate quite a bit. I think somebody mentioned this. I think that this is a pretty classic Whitman politics dissent in that it is incredibly precise, but I think that in this case it makes it far too fragile of an argument. I mean, Feinstein won't flip and your dissent's dead. And so I would kind of think about how you choose and characterize a few of those issues. Lastly, for the app, I think that you do a lot of work to kind of, you allow them to co-opt too much of the affirmative. I think that you need to sort of distinguish, the outcome of Iran talks is not the future of all United States leadership. You try to build a big case as to why the plan would signal a huge shift in terms of international perceptions that would be necessary to establish key alliances and stuff, and all that just like ends up going away in the debate, in part because the way the impact coverage happens means you can only die once and it's an extinction impact. But even if that weren't the case, you allow them to turn all those other arguments. Right. And I don't think that allows you to leverage the affirmative properly. And so you need to kind of, wield it differently in the MG and make their job more difficult.
Yeah, what everyone else said, pretty much, they've covered all aspects. I'd say that, I think, to echo something that was already said, talking about like pen time in the sense of having so many subpoints and not just splitting more in depth, that's what I was kind of thinking here a little bit at the end, so I was like, shit, did I miss what the concession is? Because I don't have you saying a specific concession of what it is. And I honestly do think I'm like, well, I'm too busy writing more subpoints of a B and then a 1 and a 2, and so I was like, wow, maybe I didn't, like, because you're going hard for it, but I mean, if you just highlight that PMC, that puts you into the game a lot more, I think, in that sense, because I understand what a concession is, but you don't tell me what it is, so
For sure.
I don't know why it matters in that aspect.
Good, cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Good luck with it.
Thanks.
Check one, check, check. Check one, check.
Thank you.